Mayor, the meeting is now being recorded.
Thank you so much for that, City Clerk. Good evening and welcome to the March 11th, 2024, 6 p.m. regular joint meeting of the Bell Garden City Council, successor agency to the Community Development Commission. The meeting will now come to order at 6:07 p.m. If any members of the council have a conflict of interest, please announce any item you're recusing yourself from due to a conflict of interest prior to the item being heard. Tonight's invocation will be given by Minister Daniel Anguiano, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Cameron Vargas of the Girl Scout Troop 2543.
Daniel Anguinago, if you're here, if you can please come to the dais. Thank you. The podium.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Let us bow our heads as we come to prayer in this moment. Heavenly Father, we come before you in this evening to thank you for your goodness and your mercy. I present before you every member of this body, our leaders, our council members, and the city employees that work hard to make this city a better place. May your favor always be over them. I ask that your peace and safety be over every Bell Garden citizen. We honor you as the highest authority in this night. We thank you in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Please stand. Face the flag. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may now be seated.
Thank you for that. City Clerk, please call roll of the City Council successor agency.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Gomez,
Present.
Councilmember Pulido will be arriving shortly. Councilmember Sanchez,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Barcena,
Present.
and Mayor Chavez.
Present.
Thank you.
We will now move on to the presentations. City Manager, please introduce the presentations.
Thank you, Mayor Chavez. The first item we have is a certificate of recognition for Rosario El Chayito Quintero for his upcoming ride. I'll turn it back over to you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to call up Rosario Quintero. Si puede venir al frente. I'd like to say the City of Bell Garden Certificate of Recognition honoring Rosario El Chayito Quintero in recognition of your 932-mile, 1,500-kilometer bicycle ride, viaje en bicicleta from Bell Gardens to Ciudad Obregón, Sonora, Mexico. You are an inspiration to others, demonstrating what one can accomplish with determination and hard work. Congratulations y felicidades.
De antemano, muchas gracias por haberme invitado y por este reconocimiento que me van a otorgar. Muchas gracias a la ciudad de Bell Garden y por el apoyo. De antemano, muchas gracias. No voy a defraudarlos. Hasta allá voy a estar, hasta México. Sinaloa, México. Claro que sí.
We can do a picture and then we'll have comments afterwards. I'd like to open it up for comments from my council colleagues, if anybody wants to share anything.
Pues felicidades al señor Rosario Quintero. Yo soy amante de las bicicletas.
Congratulations, Mr. Rosario Quintero. I love bikes. So when I see someone who's achieving a goal that is so big and so difficult, such as that one, makes me very happy. And long live bicyclists in Bell Gardens.
No, pues de parte mía, señor Rosario, felicidades de nuevo. Le agradecemos mucho por
From me, Mr. Quindario, again, congratulations. I understand this is going to be the second trip that you're making by bike. I
the preparedness that you have to put your body, your mind, your body, state in to be able to do 6 hours of bicycling nonstop, right? That's tough. So his first stop, if I'm correct, I think it's going to be in Redlands. Su primera parada va a ser in Redlands. And I mean, that's just incredible. I can't even, I mean, sí es un viaje. So de nuevo, I wish you nothing but luck. Sé que lo va a lograr, lo es una vez.
And I wish you lots of luck. I know you'll be able to do it. Hopefully you'll be able to break your last record. How long do you think it's going to take you? 20 days. And every day, 5-6 hours minimum?
Wow, 6 hours bicycling every day for about 20 days. Well, congratulations, felicidades, and again, thank you. Hay que representar a Bell Gardens. Gracias. Moving on to the next presentation, City Manager.
Thanks again, Mayor Chavez. The next item is a certificate of recognition for Taqueria Los Altos. It happens to be a staff favorite, and I think we had dinner at the last council meeting from Los Altos. Thank you, Mayor.
I'd like to call up Taqueria Los Altos representatives here al frente, por favor. And the certificates reads, City of Bell Garden Certificate of Recognition honoring Taqueria Los Altos. The Bell Garden City Council is honored to recognize Taqueria Los Altos. We congratulate you on your successful business, your casual restaurant, and delicious authentic food. We wish you much success and prosperity for years to come. Signed, Jorge Chavez, Mayor of City of Bell Gardens, March 11, 2024.
Buenas tardes, muchas gracias al concilio.
Good evening. Thank you so much to the Bell Gardens City Council. Thank you for this recognition, which is supporting the business. For 34 years, we've been part of the city of Bell Gardens. Thank you to the Bell Gardens community for all of those years of support.
Before we go on to the picture, I do also want to mention that the supervisor, Janice Hahn, did drop off a certificate of recognition from the County of Los Angeles, and it reads, Taqueria Los Altos, Bell Garden Small Business Recognition and recognition of dedicated service to the affairs of the community and for the civic pride demonstrated by numerous contributions for the benefit of all residents of Los Angeles County. Signed, Janice Hahn, Supervisor, 4th District, is March 11, 2024. I'd also like to call up Congressman Robert Garcia's representatives from the to also present a certificate.
Buenas tardes todos. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Raul Leon on behalf of Congressman Robert Garcia to present a certificate of recognition to Taqueria Los Altos as it reads. Thank you for creating a more vibrant and prosperous community through your savory food and for your contributions to the culinary and fabric of our nation. I commend you for your commitment to the residents of Bell Gardens and wish you many years of continued success. Felicidades.
Thank you so much. I want to make sure that I think Assemblywoman Blanca Pacheco's office couldn't be with us, but I know also they did mention that they're bringing a certificate on the way, and then also State Senator Lina Gonzalez. So with that said, si al caso ahorita nos tomamos una foto aquí enfrente, por favor. open it up to my council colleagues if they have any comments.
Les quiero dar las gracias por estar en la comunidad tantos años. Sé que a veces es difícil.
Thank you
en
for being in the community for so many years. I know it's sometimes difficult as a business, but you are a great example that small businesses can do it. So thank you for being part of our city. I just want to thank you for being in our community for 34 years, for all of your service and for always being there for our people.
I've had the pleasure in fact, yesterday I went to Taquería Los Altos. Ayer fui a Taquería Los Altos. What I do is, I know in the back, atrás después de misa, te dan un papelito que tiene todas los horarios, los anuncios, el aviso. Ahí tiene un cupón que dice $5.99 por 2 tacos, arroz y frijol y una agua pequeña. So, qué mejor especial. So I know in the back there's a little pamphlet that says $5.99 for 2 tacos, rice and beans, and a small drink. Where are you going to find that deal? So, de nuevo, les agradezco mucho. Thank you again. Really appreciate the good food and les agradecemos todo lo que han hecho en nuestra comunidad y esperamos otros 34 años más. So, again, thank you. Gracias. Muchas gracias. Un fuerte aplauso de nuevo. Moving on, public participation, non-agenda items. Public participation is now open. City Clerk, please announce the instructions for public participation.
Yes, thank you. Members of the public will now have an opportunity to speak on items not listed on the agenda. Please state your name for the record before addressing your comments. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes, subject to an overall 30-minute period unless announced otherwise. Callers wishing to make a comment may do so at this time by dialing *9 from your phone, and when instructed, dial *6 to unmute yourself. Individuals joining us through Zoom may request to make a comment by using the raise hand feature and select the unmute or microphone icon when instructed. We will first hear from speakers that are in person. And we did not receive any written communications on items not listed on the agenda.
All right, I'd like to call up Terramos. Going once, Terremos. Going twice. Margarita Revuelta.
Good afternoon. For those that don't know me, I'm Margarita Revuelta, resident of Bell Gardens few years ago, and I'm here to protest what's going on with the rent control. Maybe you say it's not the time to talk, but I feel like this is the time. I'm here to let you know that you guys very nice to give it trophies to everybody, to encourage the bicycles to become members, to be active and everything. It's good. This is what I want to hear from the city. You guys do and appreciate things. But in the meantime, you know what's going on with us. I went to Mexico last week and I heard that everybody is suffering because the cartel is charging a fee to every business to operate. What is the difference? The cartel and you guys. You guys charge us $156. For what? They don't do nothing to me. Not either the cartel do anything to the poor people. They have a small business. You guys, they don't do nothing to us. So you guys are the cartel in Bell Gardens. everything is so expensive. You guys ever been in the store and see what's going on and the prices? Nothing. But in the meantime, you let people to open business, sell marijuana in this city. You know, this is a very poor city. Small families, immigrants, they come from another country to work and survive. And what is that? You guys open stores to sell marijuana. The kids now in these days are so behind in everything, in education and everything. What they want to do, first thing, go and buy marijuana. But you guys, they don't think in us. You guys thinking only in the benefit to make money. So please think about it. That rate or that code that you guys charge to us is illegal. It's illegal because you are no different from the cartel. That's what I have to say. Think about it. Thank you.
Like to call up Irma Lopez.
Muy buenas tardes, señores del
Good evening, council members and those who are present here, authorities. I'm here again with you guys to emphasize to you to pay attention to our petitions. We know that there should be equity for everyone. The rates are really high. You're asking us for too much money. And I'd like to know if there's something behind that to support that money that's being charged to us, because it's not just about rent control. The tenants don't know that we too have to pay a lot. And if we go to the amendments of the United States, it's a violation. We want state laws, federal ones, not local ones. Think about it. I think you guys have a lot of education and you have to do your job. And I congratulate you because I do think you're paying attention. And I congratulate you for the program that you're doing for the cyclists and the businesses, because that sounds really nice. But also pay attention to our petitions. We don't receive orders from the tenants because they don't have the philosophy of having a property and knowing how much it costs. It's not easy to have a property. We don't receive orders because last time I heard kids here giving you guys orders. You are the authority. We too are the authority, a lower authority. We like to respect and we like to put each one of you up high. But as I said, please listen to our petitions and be fair. The fee that you're charging is too much, it's too high. And I'm here representing the property owners here in Bell Gardens. And I'll tell you, I invite you to have double shifts and try to buy a house. You can do it, but it changes your thinking. Don't be renters all your life. I was also a tenant, but I made goals and I achieved what I wanted with effort and with dedication, with respect. I'm here. Please listen to our petitions. God bless every one of you.
I wanted to speak on item number 10 as well. So should I just wait to do my public comment or should I just do it now?
You can wait for 10, and if you have any non-agenda, you can give public comment now.
I'll just wait for 10.
Okay.
Like to call up delegate of the 64.
Hello, everyone. My name is Juan Martinez. I am the delegate of the 64th District for the Democratic Party. I represent 8 cities, including this city, the city of Bell Gardens. And I know some of you are also part of delegates of our district, so looking forward to election results and working with all of you. I want to start off by saying that this city was one of the first to really pass a rent control that benefited its constituents. It led the way. It was a leader in the region. And now, because obviously you guys are feeling pressure from some of your donors and maybe some of the people who are threatening your seats, you're threatening to take that away from your constituents. And I think that's to be expected, but most important, I think that is you should not be intimidated by wealth or money. You should be pushed by the will of the people and the betterment of your community. So for all the people that are saying that you do not need to listen to the people or the community organizers or the constituents who are struggling to maintain their homes, who are living paycheck to paycheck, you need to help them. You need to honor them. And if that means anything to you, you need to go out of your way to make sure that they don't lose their homes and that they don't end up on streets. What's the worst that could happen to someone who rents? They could end up on the streets. What's the worst that could happen to a landlord? Well, they might lose their business. But what then happens? They become just like everyone else, a regular person working day to day. Anyways, I also want to encourage you to continue to support a ceasefire in Palestine. Not only as a resolution, but also advocate it throughout the entire region to your local representatives, your congressional leaders, your senators, and your board of supervisors, and anyone else who occupies a seat. I assure you that if any of you come to ask for endorsements or support from the regional party, we will not support anyone who is against rent control, who is against tenants, or who is against a ceasefire in Palestine. I will hold you accountable and I will pull your endorsements if I have to. I've done it many times. You can ask many of the mayors from other cities in our region, and it's not going to be different here. Aside from that, again, ceasefire and please protect our renters. Thank you.
To call up Rodolfo Cortés.
Hello, good evening again, council members. So I was not planning on speaking on non-agenda, but I do think it's important to keep talking about rent control. As Mr. Martinez, the delegate, said, right, we here in Bell Gardens, we're very proud that you led the way forward for the Southeast LA region in pushing rent control. It was really historic. We saw great positive coverage throughout the national press of what happened of that ordinance. So I think we do, it's really important that, you continue to defend it. There's discussions about, for example, this fee though. So just like in item 10, the ceasefire resolution, you say there that, hopefully it passes tonight, but if it does pass, then what you're going to be doing is you're going to be delivering the resolution to the people who are on the portraits, right? Specifically to Mr. Garcia. So how about, you could think about delivering a resolution about rent control to Mr. Garcia. Why don't we have at least national rent control, right? Why don't we have subsidies? Like, okay, so people, tenants, landlords, people are struggling in all sorts of ways, but they're struggling to get that fee to pay for the program to administer the rent control and the rental registry, which are crucial needs in the community. So how about that? How about you enter into discussion with Mr. Garcia, with Ms. Janice, with Ms. Gonzalez? We are a very wealthy state here in California, a very wealthy country. There's no reason why we should not be able to use our resources to help our own communities. We don't want to be destroying, right, communities all around the world, which is what is happening today in the US empire. just as it has always been happening. But you need to use your power, your influence, that number that you have to tell Mr. Garcia, we want subsidized rents for our community. We want things like social housing. And you especially have to do this now because unfortunately the way that the rigged primaries work, right, is that he is now essentially assured re-election, and we don't want that. Or, if we're forced to have him, well, let's get some money out of him, money for that program. We need subsidized rental fees for the rental registry program right here. And you should think outside the box and more in general. Like, let's get that money from the county, let's get that money from the state, let's get it from the feds to actually fund our community and stop destroying other communities. Thanks.
I'd like to call up Joaquin Beltran.
Hi, everyone. My name is Joaquin Beltran, and I am here to urge the council to pass a ceasefire resolution to demand that the United States, that the President of the United States, that Congress actually enact a ceasefire immediately, a permanent ceasefire immediately. This has been going on for over 5 months. 5 months. Imagine being silent for 5 months while people are dying in a genocide. A genocide that is being paid for by our tax dollars. There are 2 betrayals here. 2 strong betrayals. The first is that human life is sacred. This should not be happening to anyone. Anyone. Right now it's happening to children, to women, to men, defenseless. Defenseless. You may have seen images of what appears to be siblings holding each other as just community members are removing rubble, holding each other as they were bombed, just children. You may have seen images of children being starved. How is it that we allow for children, innocent children, the most sacred of our community members, to be starved intentionally at the hands of the US, at the hands of Israel, and with our taxpayer dollars? That is the second betrayal. It is our tax money that is allowing this to happen. This is a condemnation of our president, of our congressional members. A ceasefire needs to happen immediately. Our service member in the Air Force, Aaron Bushnell, paid the ultimate sacrifice, a self-inflicted sacrifice, burning himself alive in front of the Israeli embassy. At the very least, what we can do is speak up, pass a ceasefire resolution immediately. Thank you. Free Palestine.
City Clerk, can you check online if we have any comments, please?
Yes, thank you. And there's no way to detect whether or not any of these are for non-agenda or agendized items. So we will see. Caller ID or Zoom ID, Andy O'Brien. Can you announce whether or not you want to speak on the agenda items or non-agenda?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, can you?
I wanted to speak on not on the agenda.
Non-agenda, okay, you may proceed, thank you.
All right, great, thank you. I had a speech here I wanted to read, and here we go. I'm calling for the city Council to pass a resolution condemning the rise in anti-white hate. We have a right to address our grievances and regardless if you like it or not, it's your job to hear these statements. White people are sick and tired of being attacked, robbed, raped, and murdered. You can learn more at gtvflyers.com and goimtv.tv. I want to tell a story of Shannon Christian and Christopher Newsom of Knoxville, Tennessee. They were a happy couple in their early 20s. They were murdered on January 6, 2007. The horror started when they were carjacked and taken to a rental house. Both were raped, tortured, and ultimately murdered. Shannon died after hours of sexual torture. She sustained a severe head injury and had bleach poured down her throat, and her body scrubbed to remove DNA evidence. Christopher was sodomized with an object and raped by a minimum of one perpetrator. He was then taken to a set of railroad tracks where he was forced to walk barefoot to a location where he was murdered. He was blindfolded with a bandana and gagged with a sock. He wore only a shirt and underwear. After his murder, the kidnapper set Christopher's body on fire. The criminals were, you guess it, 4 black men and a woman. A diary was found in the rental house, and here is the entry in it. Last night was one of a kind. We stayed with a crackhead that is cool as hell. It snowed a little bit, but it's already melted. Let's talk about the adventures. I had one hell of an adventure since I've been in the Big Ten TN. It's a crazy world these days, but I love the fun adventures and lessons I've learned. It's going to be a long, interesting year. Another assault on a white person. In Northville, Michigan, a group of blacks lured a white family to a home with a Facebook Marketplace ad. They then proceeded to hold a 1-year-old baby and the father at gunpoint while they raped the mother. You tell me how this is accepted in our country for our women to be raped by violent criminals. Just this week at East Hazelwood High School in Missouri, a white teenager was beaten by a black savage to the point of being hospitalized in critical condition. She had her head bashed on the concrete multiple times during the attack. Multiple blacks were seen acting out in bloodthirsty attack, and this isn't some rare isolated event. These types of attacks are the new normal for us whites, and I'm sick of it. I can't condone violence against the blacks, but I can say I won't be surprised if and when whites finally drive these niggers back to the sea. Thank you.
I believe so.
Zoom ID Brenton Tarrant, if you would please select the microphone icon and announce if you want to speak on non-agenda items or agenda items.
Good evening, City Council. Am I coming through all right?
Yes, sir. Did you want to provide a comment on non-agendized items or agenda?
Non-agenda item, please and thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. If you would please announce your name for the record and proceed. You have 3 minutes.
Perfect. My name is Brenton Tarrant, and I would just like to notify everyone in the room that I've called Immigration Customs Enforcement to 7100 Garfield Ave, the City Hall. I think we need to be doing whatever we can to get these illegals out of this country. They keep swarming us, and they're the reason that our wages don't rise with inflation, because they can just kick any one of us regular Americans out for one of these border hopping garbanzo beans who's willing to work for less than minimum wage. They're willing to work without health insurance, no benefits at all. You can pay them $2-3 an hour and they'll do whatever you tell them to, because it's a lot better than the garbage they're doing in Mexico.
The issue is that you can interrupt the comment. That's why.
Yeah, can I have my time back? I demand it back,
So
actually.
they can listen to the comment. We need the room to be quiet so that they can listen to the
For
comment.
everyone here present at the council chambers, if we can please let the comment be heard. And then after it's heard, during that transition period, you can voice your concerns. But again, just for the sake of continuing the meeting, just we have to allow them to make their comment. Please, thank you.
Can I have my time back? Please give me my damn time back. Thank you.
We make sure to pause your time.
All right. And since they're so insistent on the ceasefire stuff going on, interrupting me and my First Amendment protected right to free speech, I just want to tell them that I would like the city to advocate for no ceasefire. I want the world to see the evil that Israel is doing, the war crimes they're committing with their white phosphorus bombs on children. In fact, I would like to advocate that instead of giving aid monetarily to Israel, we go and we give monetary aid and arm the Palestinians, so that way we can advocate for the complete abolition and destruction of the illegitimate state of Israel, which was stolen from Palestinians in 1947 thanks to the British. And now we've got these baby dick sucking Jews in Israel controlling everything over there. They're kicking settlers out of their homes, stealing their homes. They're raping every man, woman, child, and goat that they can get their hands on. And on top of that, with their IPAC lobbying, They're forcing the American government to act for Israeli interests instead of acting for American interests. And it's absolutely disgusting that a 2% population in America controls 90% of the media. They're 80% of the current cabinet. In fact, even with the last President Trump, almost all of his funding was exclusively from Jews and dual Israeli citizens. So we need to do whatever we can as a nation to remove Israel off the map in a peaceful way from our perspective. Let the Palestinians defend themselves and do what's right, attack and destroy their oppressors who have been oppressing, raping, maiming, and killing them since their inception. It's always been the Holy Land, and it wasn't Israel in the Encyclopedia Britannica in 1913. It wasn't Israel until well after 1947. It's always been Middle Eastern, Palestinian clay. It's what it was referred to in Roman times. It is not a legitimate nation.
You have
Thank you.
30 seconds left. Thank you. Zoom ID Rex Uden, if you would please select the microphone
City Clerk,
icon. Yes.
Before we continue with the comments online, I do want to make a point for everybody who's streaming and making a public comment through Zoom. All comments that are being made, if it's about the resolution, if it's about item number 10, the ceasefire resolution, that's going to be at the next portion of the meeting. I mean, the next portion of the meeting, which is agenda items. Right now, this is clearly for just non-agenda items. So just want to point that out. Thank you.
Rex Uden, you may proceed with your comment if you're providing comments on items not listed on the agenda.
Yes, my name is Rex Uden, and I am giving my comments are not on the agenda. I'd like to propose a resolution that Bell Garden leads the way in marking April as White European American History Month, since they are quickly becoming a minority in their own homeland. Immigrants flood us to flee living around amongst themselves, to come live in our nation, and to set up taco stands on every corner and to turn this place into the place that they were fleeing. So before that happens, I think that we should honor the people that built this place and maybe reinstill some racial awareness in the white European. Deracinated is a word for a reason. And so I have a little speech here prepared. Since 1965, the posterity of America's founding population has gradually been overtaken by a historically unprecedented wave of immigration from all over the world, which share no connection with American heritage, culture, and history. This massive demographic change impacts American life on a grand scale. Part of this change has included increasing animosity towards fair-skinned people, as the new groups of migrants compete for resources and political power. As white birth rates decline below replacement, this means that future generations of white people in America and all historically white nations will become a targeted minority in their own homelands within the next 20 years. And in fact, white people under 18 are already the minority in the United States. Diversity is our strength. As national diversity increases, social trust and community participation decreases, and groups form based on their own shared history, heritage, language, and culture. Ethnic biospirit helps these communities remain cohesive, but also serve to generate power to work in their own interests, which are often mutually exclusive to the interests of founding stock of Americans. The first step in becoming an advocate for the health and well-being of the white community is understanding what is happening to our people, how it started, and what group of people, the Jews, play the leading role in promoting anti-white hate speech, like the ADL that sends out a toolkit, probably to you guys, probably in Spanish. Go to watch Defiant by Devin Stack. Go to europathelastbattle.net to watch an amazing documentary. And finally, I'll finish with a quote from Joseph Sobran. Western man towers over the rest of the world in ways so large as to be almost inexpressible. It's Western exploration, science, and conquest that have revealed the world to itself. Other races feel like subjects of Western power long after colonialism, imperialism, and slavery have disappeared. The charge of racism puzzles whites who feel not hostility, but only baffled goodwill, because they don't grasp what it really means: humiliation. The white man presents an image of superiority even when he isn't conscious of it, and superiority excites envy. Destroying white civilization is the inmost desire of the League of designated victims we call minorities. I want you all to get the fuck out of my country and go back to where you came from. It's a shithole for a reason, because you guys are there. This place is where you want to live because it's where I'm at and my ancestors. Thank you.
Go back to your
Zoom ID Hector Nozuela. If you would please select the microphone icon and indicate if you want to provide a comment that's not listed on the agenda.
Yes, hello, Hector Nozuela here. Can you hear me?
Yes, he could hear you. I just want to make sure you're speaking on items not listed on the agenda.
Well, my mama talked to me not to wear my sister's clothes, but I don't listen to her because my head is like a sieve, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, no agenda, yes. Listen, I agree with the mamacita who said you are no better than the cartel because frankly, the weed around here has gotten pretty bad. You know, we need to be growing the best marijuana we can have here because the white people don't even come around here anymore to get my weed. I mean, these permits, you're just stealing from the people. I feel bad for these white people. Diversity means fewer white people. Inclusion means exclusion of white people. Equity means stealing from white people. What are these white people gonna do? You know, my best friend is white. And he told me about this movie, Defiant by Devon Stack. And I saw this movie. And I saw another movie as well. It's called Europa, The Last Battle. You should go to the website and see this movie because this tells it all what these Jews are doing. These Jews are killing everybody. And us beaners are next. They're killing all the non-Jews in Palestine. They're killing all the non-Jews in Ukraine. They're messing this country up. The children are chopping off their dicks and their... I mean, have you seen these kids? They have blue hair. They have red hair. They have, you know, their genitals have been given to the Jewish pharmaceutical company. I mean, this is some crazy, crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm getting really angry here. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to calm down, smoke some weed, and I'm going to play some Cheech and Chong because my mama talked to me not to wear my sister's clothes. Do you know what I'm saying? Good night.
Zoom ID Jim Conley, if you would please select the microphone icon and announce if you're going to provide comments on items not listed on the agenda.
Good evening. I would like to comment on items not listed on the agenda, please. Can you hear me?
Yes, he could hear you. You may proceed with your comment. Thank you.
Okay. I don't know how I'm going to follow that up, but I'll do my best. Judeos Hyceron L 911 Volver a los Invasores de Mexico. Thank you.
Zoom ID K Cater, if you would please select the microphone icon. Thank you. Please announce if
You
you're
guys hear
going to,
me?
are you going to provide a comment on items not listed on the agenda?
Yes, non-agenda. Am I coming through? I'm using a new headset.
Yes, yes. You may proceed with your
Okay.
comment. Thank you.
All right. I just, I've been sitting here watching all the previous people here that are in person, all the beaners that shouldn't be in my country to begin with. And I just think it's disgusting, the point that we've gotten to with the amount of immigration, especially illegal immigration, but immigration in general that has happened in this country since 1965 when Emanuel Seller, Jewish Emanuel Seller, passed the Hart-Celler Act that allows this country to take in all of these shitskins that didn't find, they have no blood and soil with this nation whatsoever. My ancestors came here and built this country. So listening to beaners cry about what they don't get from white people is just, it's disrespectful. And maybe they should go back to their own country and make that great. But I mean, if we look at who's behind this mass immigration, you will see that it's all Jewish NGOs, non-government organizations that are promoting all of this open border policy and mass immigration. And they're controlling all of every cabinet, every presidential cabinet. You'll find Jews behind it that are telling the presidents what to do. So you know, you have Joe Biden here saying that whites will be an absolute minority in America, and that's the source of our strength. But I don't see that as a source of our strength. I see that as a genocide of white people in a white people's country. You know, why is it that immigration, like, why are these melting pots only in white nations? Why do we have to deal with that as the founding stock of this nation? You don't go to India and see full of fucking niggers and Asians or whatever. It's only white countries where we have to mix and integrate with these people that we don't want to be around. And it's Jews that are behind it. It's Jews that are pushing it. The same Jews in Palestine killing kids. These Jews have been an issue for over 2,000 years now. So I think we need to address the Jewish problem first, and then all of you shitskins can go back to your country. But since
You
you're
have 30
here,
seconds left.
I see it. Since you guys are here, you should help the white people kick the Jews out, and they'll be expelled again, like they have over 1,000 times from well over 100 nations throughout history. Why are they getting expelled so many times? Is it because of anti-Semitism? Like, let's be real here. These Jews are a problem, and we better do something about it, because they're not only coming after whites, they're coming after you too. White power, hail Hitler.
Thank you. Your time is up. Zoom ID, Mitzi, Beth, if you would please, thank you. Please announce if you want to provide a comment on non-agendized items.
Yes, ma'am. I would like to speak about non-agendized items.
Okay, you may proceed with your comment. Thank you.
Fantastic. I wanted to bring the forefront of everyone's mind that this is Women's History Month. This is a time where we really need to appreciate women for what they are. I believe that we as a whole have had this agenda pushed towards us that is honestly quite anti-feminist. I mean, in a sense, it's very anti-woman. Women as a whole have, since the creation of woman, been around for a nurturing role. And what we've done as a society have raised the price of everything while lowering the amount people make. We have effectively priced women out of motherhood. We've taken the femininity right from them. And I find it disgusting that we sit in this state. We've made it to the extent that the average woman cannot homeschool her children. We are allowing this disgusting school system to have every say in what our kids do. For 8 hours a day, someone else is raising your child. A lot of these kids then go home and they let the TV do the rest of the parenting. We have come to a point where being a parent is nothing more than making sure they have a roof over their head. I find that disgusting. Most high schools don't even have home ec anymore. The amount of people who don't even know how to cook a real meal. We're putting chicken nuggets in the meal is considered making dinner. That's where we live. I find it disgusting. Oddly enough, this is all being pushed by the same 2% minority. And if you look at every bit of feminism, you'll see it's pushed by Jewish people. If you look at the issues we have in our school system, oddly enough, all Jewish people. Every single disgusting bit of this world is pushed by that same subgroup of people. And when you look at their religious texts, you'll find that they don't even find us human. They have an entire book that states that we're beasts, goyim. We're nothing more than future slaves for them. That's who's telling you that women should be empowered, go to work, have the right to vote, drive, all that wonderful, great stuff. All being pushed by the same people who think that you're not even human. On that topic, though, I would like to say that we should be
30
pushing.
seconds.
Thank you so much. I believe that we should be pushing women to do what they should be doing, which is raising children. And on the topic of children, I really just want to tell you that race mixing is child abuse. 100% allowing your children to be some sort of Jewish science experiment is allowing them not to have a real home in either race. Disgusting fucking spics.
Thank you. Your time is up. Zoom ID Lily Perez, if you would please select the microphone icon and announce if you want to provide a comment on non-agendized item.
Hello?
Hi, yes. Did you want to provide a comment on non-agendized items or something that's listed on the agenda?
Just a non-agenda.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed with your comment.
Hello. I would like to thank the city council for allowing us to be here tonight. As we heard the quick little Twitter rant right there, I would like to thank everyone else for sitting here and listening to it as well. And I would like to also apologize, even though I don't have to. As a native who has heard my native tongue since I was a child, I would like to say not all white people are like that. I've met many white people that have stood up for me, that have hugged me. There are many white people that will fight next to you. And as a native person, having these type of white people, Italians, people from Montana, like telling me, keep fighting. You are beautiful as a native. You are my friend. I just want to say thank you and keep having hope. Ceasefire and have a nice day.
Okay, thank you. Zoom ID, Zoom user, if you would please select the microphone icon and announce if you want to provide a comment on non-agendized items. Zoom ID, Wyatt Power.
Yeah, you can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay, so our power has come and created through a manipulation of the national monetary system. The Federal Reserve System fitted in our plan nicely since it's owned by us, but the name implies that it's a government institution. From the very outset, our purpose was to confiscate all the gold and silver, replacing them with worthless, non-redeemable paper notes. We Jews have put issue upon issue to the issues of confusion reigns. With their eyes fixed on the issues, they fail to see who's behind every scene. We Jews glory in the fact that the stupid goy have never realized that we are the parasites consuming and increasing every portion of production while the producers are continually seeing less and less. And that's a quote by Harold Wallace Rosenthal. I'm not in the fight, by the way. Steinschneider invented the word anti-Semitic in 1860. The term is used to silence all who dare expose Jewish crimes. The Bolshevik communists, led by Louis Lenin, Jews like Lenin and Trotsky, seized power in Moscow when the Anti-Semitism Act was passed in 1917. The law made it a criminal offense to defame Jews and Judaism, even as a joke against kites, and eventually was classified as a hate crime punishable by up to 10 years in prison. An anti-communist was regarded as an anti-Semite. Trotsky also used the word racist to rally anti-communist ideologies and render debate impossible. I'm going to make this short and sweet. The greatest gift in the world you have is your people. Blood mixing and ethnic diversity in every country throughout history has caused even the strongest empires and nations to decline. National socialism is the willingness to sacrifice. Without that, you don't have a nation, you don't have a state. Self-preservation serves no interest to the community. The Aryan subjugates his own individual interests in favor of his community. Live to fight, because those of you that don't fight don't have a right to live. Adolf Hitler, Mein Kampf, Volume 1, A Reckoning, 1925. White fucking power, nigger.
City Clerk, how many minutes are left on the non-agenda?
30 minutes are now up.
Mayor, you can now close public non-agenda.
We will now close public comment if there's no objection by the council members. Seeing none, we will move on to public participation on agenda items. City Clerk, please announce the instructions for public participation.
Thank you. The members of the public will now have an opportunity to speak on items that are listed on the agenda. Please state your name for the record, addressing your comments to the members of the City Council Successor Agency. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Callers wishing to make a comment may do so at this time by dialing *9 from your phone, and when instructed, dial *6 to unmute yourself. Individuals joining us through Zoom may request to make a comment by using the raise hand feature and select the unmute or microphone icon when instructed. We will begin to hear from the members of the public that are physically present in the council chamber.
All right. Calling
And
up.
before you proceed, Mayor, I did want to also announce that we did receive written communication. We received 19 in support of item number 10 and 1 regarding item number 12, and that's all.
I'd like to call up Martha.
Hi, everyone. My name is Martha, and I'm here to express support for agenda items number 12 and number 10. For number 12, I support the continuous work done thus far with changing and doing something accessible with the golf course. I've been organizing in Bell Gardens for 6 years. It's very clear how much this community needs a safe space to exist. And this is the perfect opportunity to think creatively about the use of the land and to tangibly change it for the lives of Bell Gardens families. As for item number 10, I strongly support the passing of a ceasefire resolution in Bell Gardens. This is a human rights issue. I have been an organizer with California Latinas for Reproductive Justice, and reproductive rights advocates see that there are several human rights violations and reproductive oppression happening in occupied Palestine. What we are witnessing in lifetime is a genocide against Palestinian people being funded by the United States. This is a fact. The United States provides $3.8 billion of unconditional aid yearly from our tax dollars to Israel. Our tax dollars are directly funding reproductive oppression, apartheid, settler colonialism, and genocide. There's about an estimate total of 14,000 children that have been killed in the last 5 months. This is an average of about 100 murdered children per day. I want to reiterate that this is reproductive genocide. We are seeing the control and complete denial of basic needs for survival for human life, like cutting off water, cutting off fuel, cutting off electricity and food, which has resulted in collective starvation of children's, babies, and their parents. Before this ongoing reproductive genocide, giving birth under occupation was already dangerous. Now we are seeing pregnant people experience an increase of 300% miscarriages, increased rate of 300%. Now pregnant people are going through surgeries like C-sections without medication, without anesthesia, without sanitary conditions. There are about 50,000 pregnant people in Gaza who have to experience all of this under these atrocities. If the City Council of Bell Gardens cares about reproductive justice and reproductive rights, then you will pass this ceasefire resolution. We are watching every council member with how they vote, whether they abstain or vote. We will keep this in mind once elections come this year or the next cycle. Thank you.
I'd like to call up Mel. Like to call up Mel, M-E-L. Going once, going twice. Like to call up Cassandra. Cassandra. Oh.
Buenas tardes, miembros del concilio. Soy Cassandra Good evening, members of the council. I'm Cassandra. I'm a resident of Bell Gardens, inhabitant of Earth. And so I cannot close my eyes to what's happening around me. And one of these things is the war in Palestine. And as a person, we demand a ceasefire. And this cannot be misinterpreted. It needs to be very clear. This is essential for our planet Earth. We want a ceasefire for the good of every person who lives on this planet. And I would also like to support the project, the golf course project. What we need is improvements in our parks so all of our families can enjoy more green spaces, places to walk without fear, safely, be able to take our pets. I hope that this becomes reality for the good of Bell Gardens. Thank you.
Carmen Rodriguez going once, going twice. Maria Padilla. Maria Padilla. Brittany de la Torre.
Good evening, members of the City Council. I am here today to urge you to stand up for humanity, condemn unnecessary violence on innocent civilians, and resist the ongoing horrific atrocities in Gaza by passing the ceasefire resolution today. As of today, more than half of Gazan homes have been destroyed. Over 400 educational facilities bombed, over 31,000 innocent civilians killed. Gazans have nowhere safe to go. And by passing the ceasefire resolution today, you are not only condemning violence, but you are supporting the values and voices of the community that you serve. Because the struggles of the residents of this community of Bell Gardens and the struggles of the residents of my community of Boyle Heights are so intertwined and they're so similar to those of the civilians in Gaza. They are not separate issues, they are the same. Our communities have faced generations of people in power restricting our access to valuable resources and being subjected to oppressive policies and laws. And to believe otherwise is frankly ignorant, because it is by sheer luck that none of us here in this room today were born in Gaza or live in Gaza. So again, I urge you to pass the ceasefire resolution today, because not only is it the right thing to do to stand up for humanity, but because it is also your duty to uplift the voices of your community that you serve. Thank you.
Fabiola Barcena.
Mi nombre es Fabiola Bárcena.
My name is Gabriela Barcena. Honorable council members and all present, I'm here to express as a person, as a mother, as a teacher, that I expect you to be leaders and to set an example for generations to come. We cannot stay silent in the face of a genocide. I hope that you support the resolution demanding a ceasefire, because you have the responsibility of being an example for everyone. Thank you.
Santiago B. Martinez.
Santiago B. Martinez. Santiago Martinez.
Good evening. My name is Celso Barcena. Santiago is my son. He's a 14-year-old boy, but he couldn't make it today. I'm also on the list to speak about the proposition number 10. I am here to
By the way, I'm impressed how you handle these people who speak on Zoom. And I think that makes it even more clear for me, and I hope for everyone and the council member, that life today, as it was 200 years ago, 150 years ago, and so on, is full of people with hate and who are looking at taking advantage of people who are powerless and are less strong. And as I get old, I realize that life is like a big spinning wheel. One day, it was us who were suffering. You know, in 1918, more than 5,000 Mexicans were killed over the span of about 4 or 5 years in Texas because white people wanted their land. In 1959, about 4 miles away from where I live, hundreds of people were pushed out of their homes because somebody wanted to build a stadium. About 200 years ago, this land was occupied by the natives, the Tonga people, and they were systematically placed in hard labor to produce fine wines for the people in power. So the Gaza people, who are about 8,000 miles away from us today, they're far away, but they're like us. They're our brothers. And today, they need our help. We need to speak for them. As other people have mentioned, more than 14,000 children have died since October. And I'm just a working man, and I see a lot of people here with not a lot of power. But I feel like there's something we can do. At least we can express our desire to be against us. And you, everyone that I'm looking at right now, you represent me, and you represent the will of the people of Bell Gardens. We want you to speak for us. We want you to pass that resolution. Thank you.
Rocío Barcena. Rocío Barcena.
Good evening. My name is Rocio Bárcena, and I'm a resident of Bell Gardens. I'm here because I have read the ceasefire resolution that has been proposed, and I want to voice my support. It's imperative that we stand by humanity and be able to be the voice to all those that have been silenced. All those innocent people that have died and are dying every single day. More than 30,000 people have been killed in Palestine since October 2023. 70% of them are women and children. We need to pass this resolution. We need to show humanity that we still care. We need to show our children what's important. That's why I brought my children, so that they see what's going on. How can we go on with our lives knowing that all these people are being killed every day with the support of our government? How can we turn the other way knowing that our tax dollar, our hard-earned dollars are being used to fund this atrocity, this genocide? This is an opportunity for all of you council members to show where you stand. This is an opportunity for you to choose the side of humanity. Residents of Bell Gardens, this is an opportunity for you and for us to choose wisely who our leaders are. We need our leaders to take a stand, to be bold, not to remain neutral. We voted for you so you can represent us at moments like this. We're really looking forward for your support in passing this resolution. Be a true leader. Stand with us. Do the right thing. Be on the right side of history. Your decision tonight can make a change. Also, I want to take the opportunity to show my support for the project Our Resilient Rio. I attended some of the meetings for that planning, and I just want to ask you not to leave that on the side and keep moving forward so that our community have a place to play and have a nice space for the community and make it useful for the community of Bell Gardens. Thank you.
María de Jesús Barcena. María de Jesús.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es María de Jesús Bárcena.
Good evening. My name is Maria de Jesus Barcena. I am here today just to be a voice for all of those who have been silenced in Gaza. I am trying to get to educate myself about what's happening, but that caused me a huge trauma knowing the number of children who are dying every day. More than 30,000 people have died since this started, and 12,000 are children. 70% are women and children. Children are the future of the world, and they are not being protected, and that is devastating. And if we are quiet, we are being part of this genocide. So I'm here to ask the council to support us and to please help to approve this resolution. The war has to stop. The genocide has to stop. And we have to continue to speak for the voices that have been silenced.
Celso Bárcena, Celso Bárcena.
Francisco Bárcena.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Hello, good evening. I have seen children being bombed without hands, without feet. How are they going to play soccer? How are they going to learn to write? Homes, businesses, families have all been destroyed. More than 20,000 martyrs, and about half of those children. And aid has been blocked. It's not enough to express worry without a loud call for a ceasefire. The genocide in progress in Palestinian land is a flagrant violation of human rights and human dignity. Supporting a resolution for ceasefire is not just a political position. It is a moral imperative. Ceasefires in scenarios like this are the first critical step toward peace, providing a necessary pause in the hostilities in which humanitarian aid can come in, dialogue can start, and the voice of reason can be heard. The voice of reason can prevail over violence if you all are in favor of a ceasefire. Besides supporting a ceasefire, this also signals to the perpetrators of this violence that the world is watching. And will not remain inactive. We of the global community will defend the principles of peace and the sanctity of human life for everyone. A ceasefire resolution for Palestine is a necessary immediate step that we must take. This is an expression of our commitment to justice and our support for the innocent lives who are trapped in this. Silence in the face of this genocide is complicity.
Jorge Badal. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Jorge Badel. I'm a board member of the 200,000 member Southern California Golf Association. And we are here on behalf of the Latina Golfers Association, the Bell Gardens High School Girls Golf Team, and your residents who are members of our association to speak on item 12. You have before you a study and recommendation regarding the future of the Bell Gardens Golf Course. This study was commissioned with the specific purpose of identifying alternative uses for the golf course. We attended all community meetings in which there was one common theme. How do you envision a reimagined golf course? Not once do we recall residents being asked leading questions about retaining this community gem as a golf course. I believe some of you attended the final meeting, the picnic, and there was absolutely nothing golf about that meeting. That meeting was 100% geared towards how are we going to change this beautiful piece of property. The ask today is that as part of your due diligence to make an informed and responsible decision on behalf of the residents of Bell Gardens, we ask that you conduct a study on the multitude of reasons why it should remain a golf course. This will provide you the information you need to understand both sides and make your well thought out decision. Thank you for your time and thank you for your public service.
I'd like to call up Marlene Valdez. Marlene, oh, there you go. Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Marlene Valdez, and I'm here to urge you to be on the right side of history and pass the ceasefire resolution in solidarity for the Palestinian people. It's day 157. That's over 5 months of this horrific, inhumane things that can be unseen. There is still 134 hostages being held in Gaza. 70,000 people are injured. More than 30,000 people have died. Half of that being children. That alone is triggering enough to not be outraged. According to writers, 2.3 million are estimated to be facing catastrophic levels of deprivation and starvation currently. That is 2 million people, approximately the same amount of the 27 gateway cities that Bell Gardens is part of. I'm a former resident of this city. I've always been proud of where I've been. I hope the people in the Zoom meeting know that I am proud to be a daughter of immigrant parents. How dare you speak so illy today? I went to Bell Gardens Elementary, Bell Gardens Intermediate, Bell Gardens High School. My confirmation was right across the street from here in St. Gertrude's. I used to volunteer at the library that shares the same parking structure. This city is a big part of my life, who I am. The older I get, the more I realize I am grateful of my upbringing and the wonderful community of humble and hardworking people that's kept me from living a destructive lifestyle. I quite frankly can't comprehend why this hasn't ended. I don't understand how so many people aren't as outraged as I am. I follow so many accounts online for information, but truth to be told, I am neurodivergent and it's incredibly triggering. And I know that I am not the only one. There is a lot of silent sufferers out there who are in outrage that no one is doing anything. I was at the march in March 2nd in Los Angeles, and it felt good to be around people who feel as strongly as I do. When I came back home, I accidentally stumbled into an image of a child's dead body because of malnutrition. I went back to feeling insignificant and powerless. This has to end. My beliefs have always been focused on humanity. I urge you to please pass this resolution as Long Beach, Montebello, Pomona, Santa Ana just last week, and first and foremost, the first city, which was Cudahy. I was very proud of that. Thank you to Councilmember Daisy Lomeli for that. And thank you for your time and.
I'd like to call up Maria Vasquez.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. My name is Maria Vasquez, and I have been a Bell Gardens resident for over 20 years now. Today, I stand before you not only as a proud member of this community, but also as someone who has dedicated the last 3 years to serving the people of Bell Gardens through my work for the city. For months, the world has witnessed destruction, dehumanization, massacre, torture inflicted upon innocent Palestinian men, women, and children in Gaza. We have seen parents pick up their children in pieces. We have seen families torn apart. We have seen communities shattered by senseless violence. We have witnessed the kidnapping and humiliation of young boys and innocent men. We have seen tombs desecrated. We have seen babies starved. We have seen people resort to eating animal feed for survival. We have seen children being robbed of their childhood and innocence. We have seen the elderly and people with disabilities shot without mercy. We have seen unimaginable suffering as we are providing the ammunition that is causing this unspeakable and unjustifiable acts of horror. And until now, we have just stood here and watched. I have enough blood on my hands. As a member of this community, as a human being, I refuse to be complicit in the bloodshed and suffering of the people of Gaza. The genocide of the Palestinian people goes against everything we stand for as a community defined by its kindness, generosity, and compassion. It is my experience that people of Bell Gardens have the biggest hearts. Today, I ask you to represent and embody our values. Today, I ask for you to project our voices. I implore you to call for an immediate ceasefire. Let us show the world that the people of Bell Gardens stand united in our commitment for peace, justice, and humanity. Thank you.
I'd like to call up Mario Beltran.
Hi, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Mario Beltran. I am a Bell Gardens resident, a business owner, raising a family. I'm a former member of the Bell Gardens City Council, and I've lived here for 29 years now. I'm also an immigrant from El Salvador, a survivor of the Salvadoran Civil War. And during that Civil War, I lost a brother. My father was taken hostage for 2 weeks by the guerrilla groups. And, we fled at the beginning of the Civil War to Mexico, then eventually came here. So that you can get a sort of an idea of how this conflict in Gaza compares to El Salvador Civil War, which lasted 12 years and killed 75,000 people officially. In Gaza, there's been now 31,117 dead in 5 months. Almost half of the total number of people that died in a 12-year civil war in El Salvador. The speed at which people are dying in Gaza, it's unprecedented. And the way that they're being killed is also unprecedented. So I ask you to please consider supporting this ceasefire resolution, because as our representatives at the local level, you are the closest representatives that we have in the elected system in the US. We wish that you will pass this ordinance and convey to our member of Congress, Robert Garcia, who many of us supported when he ran for office, including myself, to please convey this strong message. We want peace. We want a ceasefire immediately. The US has the capacity to make it happen, as they did in El Salvador when they stopped funding the civil war in El Salvador. It's our money. It's money that we work very hard to earn, that is being spent right now to continue the genocide in Gaza. I denounce the anti-Jewish comments that were made earlier. Jewish people have been leaders in my life, defending civil rights, defending the Salvadoran people. When I came to the US, in Mexico, and in El Salvador, they deserve to be protected, they deserve to be honored, and many of them disagree with what is happening in Gaza. Please, we want peace. Thank you for considering this resolution.
Alex Rocha. Alex Rocha. Right.
Alex Roach.
Hi, my name is Alex Rocha. I'm part of a Southeast LA for Palestine, a coalition of groups and individual organizers who want to see a free Palestine. We primarily go to our different city councils to urge them to pass a ceasefire resolution. And sometimes we come home and we just feel very defeated and tired and alone sometimes. And that's because, where I live in Whittier, I feel like I'm talking to a brick wall when I talk to my city council, frankly. So I firstly want to thank you for bringing this up and agendizing this item, first of all. And then secondly, I want to urge you to pass it. And like somebody said before, Bell Garden residents will remember who voted against it or abstained. And, we have the power to either, I don't live here, but they have the power to either not vote for you or replace you. So I want you all to remember that. And also, I don't have to recount to you all the numbers and all the statistics about all the men, women, and children who have died in Palestine, because they've been repeated over and over. But frankly, if you don't get it by now, honestly, I can't help you. But when I was in Whittier, there was this man sitting behind me while I was speaking to the city council, and he was laughing. He was laughing, and he knew the camera was pointed at him. And I just don't understand the soullessness that has overtaken, our country. I know it's always existed, but I just see it in plain sight in the way that it's manifesting now. It's just it's very discouraging. But like somebody before me said, that you're the closest elected officials that we have. So, we're going to come to you and we're going to ask you to be our voices. If we had Biden's cell phone number, we'd call him and we wouldn't bother you. But we need you to amplify your voices and to urge, if it's passed today, the job isn't done. We need to urge our elected California congresspeople to call on Biden to stop funding this war. Sorry, it's not a war, it's a genocide. I'm so nervous. Sorry, I didn't prepare anything. I usually do. But yeah, please be our voices. We urge you to please be our voices and to just stop using our money for wars and for genocides and fund our schools, fund our safety, our public transportation, just our livelihoods. And that's it. Thank you.
I'd like to call up Robert Garula. Robert Garula.
Council members and representatives of the citizens of Bell Gardens. My name is Robert Gurola, and I'm a resident of Bell Gardens. Been a resident since 40 years now, graduated high school. I'm also a county civil service worker. I'm also a United States Army veteran. I'm here to call for a ceasefire, that what's going on in Gaza, and Palestinian people should have that right to be free. Let me just say something in regards to, Aaron Bushnell. He was an active duty service member. What breaks my heart in terms of Aaron Bushnell, he gave his life for a cause that he believed in so desperately that he gave his life for. And the thing is, his fellow servicemen were not there to visualize him, and that's just sad coming from a veteran. You know, I would have been there. I would have been supporting him. I know the policies of the United States military, but and it's very important that the city of Bell Gardens, like it says on that seal, it's a hub of progress. We are a progressive city. Let's be progressive. Let's call that ceasefire. Let's join our sister cities, Montebello and Cudahy, the first city that called for a ceasefire in this area. So I plead to the city council, please pass the ceasefire resolution, so we know that we are a progressive city, a leader type city that will go ahead and do the right thing. I echo the sentiments of the people behind me with their signs and everything. I'm also part of a grass movement that started in New York City. It's Runners for Justice in Palestine. We are the Runners for Justice in Palestine LA chapter. We march every city here in LA. We run. We have our flags, our banners, and I implore you, please, let's call a ceasefire. Thank you.
I'd like to call up Richard Jarman. Richard Jarman.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Richard Jarman. I am the pastor of Touch Point Church on the corner of Florence and Ira. We've been serving the city of Bell Gardens for 87 years. And I'm here to speak in favor of agenda item 10, because this city needs to lead in the fight for peace. For far too long, we have, in fact, for all of human history, we have tried to stop war and cruelty and violence by more war and cruelty and violence. And it does not work. We need to fight for peace. And I can't do anything as an individual. People behind me can't do anything as individuals, but as a city, we can speak out for those who do not have a voice. And that's the people of Gaza. It makes me very sad to know that my tax dollars, your tax dollars, all of our tax dollars are going towards supporting and funding this war. It ought not to be that way, and it doesn't have to be that way. We can be the leaders as a city who say that this is enough, and we will not stand for it any longer. So I call on you as a city council to lead and to adopt this ceasefire resolution tonight. We should be the hub of progress and not stand by and watch history go by. Thank you.
I'd like to call up Rogelio Rodriguez. Rogelio Rodriguez.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Rogelio Rodríguez.
Good evening. My name is Rogelio Rodriguez. I live in on Clara Street. What you're talking about Israel and Gaza is sad. But it's also sad what we have here, because here on the agenda, you're going to do rezoning to put marijuana stores in our community. We don't need weapons, ammunition to kill us. They're going to kill us with drugs. There are kids, there are older people. You guys approved this, and now you're looking for a special place to send marijuana. When have you seen that? When have you seen that the city has to interfere in a business? If people want to do a business, they go, they get a permit. But why do you guys have to do these exceptions to poison us? With the exception of one of you, who wasn't in agreement. But now, for 4 years, you're supporting marijuana. I don't think that all of the people who are here agree with marijuana unless they like it too. But let's remember the future. It's the kids, and we're going to start to poison them. That's what you guys are doing. You're poisoning. You're going to start to poison your kids. That's what you're doing. It's incredible that you yourselves are looking for places to put the marijuana stores. It's unbelievable. You're the representatives that we have here, and you're doing that. You should all say, and I'm sorry, but this is why we say stupid government, because everything that's happening in Gaza is because of the government. Everything that's happening with the immigration from Mexico, El Salvador, it's the government's fault. I would personally like that the people who come here from other countries, that the government require them, that their governments pay the expenses to have them here. But we're all going to pay for it with our taxes, and that's the truth. And who wants that? No, nobody, everyone's quiet. We're talking about Gaza. It's sad to see children, women, pregnant women, everyone dead. It's a horrible thing. But we're seeing the same thing here with the drugs. Nevertheless, you guys aren't doing anything. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council and everyone. First of all, thank you so much for taking up the resolution. It looks very late, 5 months after how many, like 14,000 children we have lost, but better late than never. Firstly, I want to appreciate your patience in dealing with some of the wild comments that were coming via Zoom. I want to assure everyone that as a Muslim, this is not about Jews or Muslim or Christians or anything. We are basically all standing up for humanity. When Israel bombs, it doesn't discriminate between a mosque or a church. When it bombs a hospital, it doesn't care whether it's a Baptist hospital or it's a hospital run by the Muslims. So it's not about any religion, any race. It's just about the most basic decencies. It's about humanity. I wanted to say that I wanted to ask you respectfully that when has violence ever resolved anything? We've seen in Afghanistan, Vietnam, Libya, Syria, last few years. And ask yourself as a, basic history student, has any of those places more safe than before? Or are they more, more struggling and we have left the world more unsafe? We literally took Afghanistan from the Taliban and gave it back to them. The only thing I understand is that basically to defeat an ideology, we have to counter it with an ideology. You can't just bomb your way through and think that things will turn out your way. When things don't work like that. Israel says that they're getting rid of Hamas. Do you realize how many more Hamas members they have created by doing what they have done in the last 5 years, last 5 months? Some Zionist supporters said that calling ceasefire is taking sides. Ceasefire literally is the most neutral thing you can do. We're not asking for, holding Israel accountable. Nobody has the guts to do that in the United States. We know that. But ceasefire is the most basic thing. We have my Jewish brothers, Jewish Voice for Peace members. We have Holocaust survivors who are asking for ceasefire. We have hostage families who are asking for ceasefire. Yet, it somehow portrays that somehow it's anti-Semitic. Ceasefire is not anti-Semitic. It's the most basic thing you could do. So please be on the right side of the history and vote for ceasefire. Thank you.
Fernando Salas.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, respected council members. My name is Fernando Islas. I am a long life Angelino, have resided in LA all my life, and I am also a Marine Corps veteran. I served this country from 06 to 10 to include a seven-month deployment to Fallujah, Iraq. I'm coming in today to show my support for item number 10, the ceasefire resolution. I urge every council member on the panel to rightfully represent its constituents and the majority of the American people and call for a cessation in aggression between the Israel and Hamas conflict. Multiple cities across the country have already adopted the resolution. I urge City Council of Bell Gardens to do the same. Buenas noches, Ciudad de Bell Gardens. Mi nombre es Fernando. Soy nacido y criado aquí en Los
Good
Ángeles.
evening, Bell Gardens. My name is Fernando. I was born here in Los Angeles. I'm also a veteran of the U.S. Marines. I've come today to ask you to pass the proposition number 10 to have a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. There are a lot of cities in the country who've passed this proposition. I ask you to do the same thing. Thank you so much.
Aaron KR.
Good evening, city councilors of Bell Gardens. My name is Aaron Velas, and like some of the previous people before, we're members of a coalition, Southeast LA for Palestine. And I'd like to take a second to address the people in the Zoom. Like myself and the people behind me, have stood in solidarity with the international working class and the international oppressed people. We have stood up and fought for not only Latino people, Black people, Palestinians, Jewish people, and we will not stop doing that. We are their greatest fear, and we're here to stay. But going along with approving and supporting agenda item number 10, I'd like to thank all of you to finally that you've finally taken a step to call for a ceasefire. But I also have to ask, what took so long? It's nearly been half a year of bombings, of starvation and genocide, and over 30,000 have died. But let's look at what the leader of the Democratic Party, the leader of most of you, I believe not all of you, of your political party has said about the Palestinian genocide. Well, Joe Biden said, I have no notion that the Palestinians are telling the truth about how many are killed. I'm sure innocents have been killed, and it's the price of waging a war. Joe Biden is engaging in genocide denial. He's using the highest office in the land as a loudspeaker to spread his message. The majority of both the Democratic and Republican parties in Congress and Senate have made worse or similar statements or have all stayed silent against these atrocities that we support through funding Israel and apartheid state. While 67% of Americans support an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, leaders and the majority of both political parties will not support ending U.S. funding of this ongoing genocide and occupation of Palestine. Last week, hundreds of thousands of voters committed to show the leader of your political party that we will no longer accept this. Our next step for all of us here today, even you city councilors, is that we need to build an independent movement outside of these two genocidal parties. It is the duty of the working class of this country to struggle against our current system, a system where our tax dollars supply a genocidal war machine, a system where puppet politicians are bankrolled by the capitalist ruling class to control our entire lives. We must break from the Democratic and Republican parties and bring into power a party for the working class that will fight for working and oppressed people not only here in Bell Gardens, but abroad. Only then we can have the indiscriminate killing end, this occupation end. Finally put our funds towards helping people here and end the funding of a genocidal apartheid regime. Thank you and free Palestine.
I'd like to call up Ryder Hamida.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Raida Hamida. I am a proud Palestinian and the Executive Director of Latino and Muslim Unity, a grassroots nonprofit that builds bridges to promote positive cultural, social, economic change through creative projects like taco trucks at every mosque. Latino and Muslim Unity had the honor of co-authoring tonight's ceasefire resolution with Mayor Pro Tem Marco Bacena. And I just want to personally thank you, Marco, for being a leader and being bold in agendizing the ceasefire resolution. I think we should all give him a round of applause. I also want to take the time to say that this is about Palestinian and Jewish rights. We did work with Jewish community members to co-author this resolution. We are calling for a permanent ceasefire to end the genocide and the slaughter of over 30,000 Palestinian children and families to ensure safety and liberation for all people in the region. It shouldn't be a debate to call for an end to bombing children. I have partnered with the city of Bell Gardens on behalf of the state to serve thousands of families here in the city of Bell Gardens. As I am a proud Palestinian, I'm a proud servant of this city as well. For years, I've co-organized events with the city of Bell Gardens, even with the city manager and your city recreation staff. I have done my part in supporting families with 800,000 pounds of food for families here, backpacks, over 2,000 backpacks and school supplies, 2,000 turkeys. I think that we need to make sure that you know, while this is 96% Latino city, Palestinians are also serving this city. Today marks the first day of Ramadan, and I was late today because I fasted. And this is a time to really celebrate the holy month and be steadfast in our faith. While families are fasting here, families in Palestine don't have a choice but to be withheld from adequate food and access to water. Palestinian children are being bombed by the Israeli occupation forces while flying kites. They're being bombed while they're asleep in the rubble. They're being bombed while they have nothing to eat, and even being bombed when humanitarian aid is being dropped from the sky. My nieces and nephews live in the West Bank, and they even share with me that they don't know if they should go to sleep because they're afraid of being bombed next. So I'm here with you today to urge you to show leadership tonight. Be on the right side of history and vote in support of a permanent, not a bilateral, but a permanent ceasefire so that Palestinians will be heard and seen from Bell Gardens to Gaza. We are not free.
Call up Oscar Trejo. Oscar Trejo.
Ladies and gentlemen of the council, my name is Oscar Trejo. I stand before you today to advocate for the preservation of the Bell Gardens Golf Course. While I understand there may be pressures to consider other options, I urge you to carefully consider the unique value that this golf course brings to our community. First and foremost, this golf course serves as a rare and affordable option for golfers of all ages and backgrounds. In a time where access to recreational activities is becoming increasingly limited, especially for those on a budget, this course provides a valuable opportunity for residents to enjoy the game of golf without breaking the bank. Furthermore, the golf course plays a crucial role in fostering community engagement and social cohesion. It serves as a gathering place where neighbors can come together, share experiences, and form lasting friendships. But perhaps most importantly, we cannot overlook the potential of this golf course to shape the lives of future generations. Just as Tiger Woods began his journey on a similar course, this facility has the power to nurture talent, instill values of discipline and perseverance, and inspire young individuals to achieve greatness, both on and off the course. I recognize that there may be concerns about the financial viability of the golf course. However, I firmly believe that strategic investment in marketing, management, and infrastructure, this course has the potential to not only sustain itself, but also thrive as a profitable asset for our city. We see examples of this with companies like Topgolf taking over courses and making them profitable businesses. Just 2 weeks ago, the LA County Supervisor, Janice Hahn, launched her $50,000 golf initiative for Southeast LA, while here we're doing the opposite. In closing, I urge each of you to consider the broader impact of the decision. By choosing to preserve the golf course, we are not just safeguarding a piece of land, we are investing in health, happiness, and the future of our community. Let us seize this opportunity to uphold our commitment to the providing affordable recreation, fostering social connections, and nurturing the potential of our youth. We also have a bunch of parks that we could also focus on when it comes to the money that we want to spend here to make them safer. I mean, I wouldn't go to some of these parks at this time, for example, because I mean, they don't provide any safety, but then again, that's something that you guys have to decide. And I hope with what I've been said that you guys take that into account. Thank you for your time and consideration. Have a good night.
We call up Danny Vargas. Danny Vargas. I'd like to call up Gabe.
Good evening, everybody. First, I wanted to address those silly, hateful comments that came over Zoom, and I want to say how proud I am of the community for staying here. They were trying to flood the phone lines to get us all to leave and to ruin this, but we stayed. We're still here for Palestine, and we stand against their hate. I want to echo what our brother said. Jewish Voices for Peace and Not in Our Name have been leading. Our Jewish siblings have been leading, calling for a ceasefire, and we love them just as much. So this meeting opened with a prayer, and it was a beautiful prayer. But I couldn't help to think that during Ramadan, there's so many people in Palestine of any faith, because it's not about religion, that are trying to pray and having their places of worship bombed. 30,000 people plus have died, and the ICJ, the highest court on the planet, ruled that there is probable cause that a genocide is being committed of the Palestinian people. That should make everyone here and everyone in any room stand up and say, we need to do whatever it takes to end this genocide, to call for a permanent ceasefire. And I am confident that you will do that tonight, because 67% of all Americans are supporting a ceasefire. Your job is to represent the will of the people, not to go against it. So doing your job, you will vote yes for a ceasefire tonight. Again, I have full confidence you will. And we will at least stand on the right side of history and live up to the values of this city. So I just want to say, let the people who live in Bell Gardens be proud of the city they're in, and let us all live to see a free Palestine. Thank you.
We call up Rodolfo.
Hola, buenas tardes otra vez, concejales. Bueno,
Good
pues
evening
estamos
again, council members. We're here again. Good. Thank you. Thank you so much that Councilmember Barcena has really shown leadership. I saw since the beginning, really, since this crisis started, since the genocide, he put on his wall on several sources, well, several social media, that he was on the side of truth, not on the side of propaganda, because it's very important to remember all that propaganda. I know that you guys receive propaganda saying, oh, come on, Latinos, we're gonna fly over to the other side of the world to see everything that's happening there, that's doing that everything the Israeli governor is doing. Don't believe their propaganda. It's very clear what's happening. Don't be like Blanca Pacheco, who we have in Sacramento, I don't know, like Solache, who's talking about this too. Don't let yourself be convinced by the propaganda that obviously the lobby puts all that money up. Don't allow it, and denounce the politicians who pay for their electoral campaigns. 2 years ago, we all remember that there was a commercial after commercial after commercial on YouTube against Cristina Garcia and supporting who? our new congresswoman, our new congressman Robert Garcia. Who is paying for that, right? I ask very clearly the famous APAC, right? So that propaganda has to be fought against. It has to be. And so good that you guys are taking this step. I hope you do take it. Don't let yourself be defeated. Don't believe the propaganda. Don't allow yourself to be intimidated like some of those comments. It's very important to say the truth, communicate the truth, for example. And we'll say this everywhere, right? Why don't we go to Maywood? How nice would it be if the council member Barcena or any of you go and say, why haven't you put it on your agenda? Why don't you go to the City of Commerce? Why haven't they put it in Los Angeles? I mean, there has to be real leadership, a moral leadership, right? We want that the best of humanity come out of all of us, right? Against this genocide, we have to stop it. It's been a long time. All of the deaths have been a huge tragedy, and we need to say, stop. We need to have a ceasefire and free Palestine.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Daniela Martinez. I am a Sela community member, and I'm here for a couple of reasons. First, I'd like to acknowledge that this is native land, Tovangar. This is Tongva land. So we are all guests here. And now I'd like to offer my support for agenda item number 10 to call for a permanent ceasefire in Palestine. You've heard what our friends over here have said. I think that the only changes you should make to this resolution are to condemn Israel for the bombardment that they have made on the Palestinian people. It is unprecedented, the violence that we are witnessing, and at this rate, at this speed. And yes, now I'd like to offer my support for item number 12 for the park in place of the golf course in Bell Gardens. Golf courses drain so much water, and in a state where we are stealing our water from native land again, we need to put in practice systems that will preserve the water, that will protect the land, that will offer real places for community to gather and feel safe, because the golf course also endangers people when golf balls go over the net and go by the river. And one of my friends who almost got nailed in the head walking down the Rio Hondo a few years back. So yeah, I am against this golf course and all golf courses. So I am in support of this park. And also on a non-agenda item, I'd like to ask you to reaffirm the rent control that you passed a few months ago.
We're only on items right now. Non-agenda was earlier in the season. So right now it's only for agendized.
I'm still gonna ask for you to reaffirm rent control, and that's all. Thank you for listening.
I'd like to call up Elizabeth Alcantar.
Hello, Bell Gardens neighbors. I come to you from Cudahy in support of the ceasefire resolution. I think for many of us, we have to think about like when we put these tough items about many things. But one of those questions that came to my mind when we passed it in Cudahy was, how are the children? And it's something we should ask ourselves about our cities, and I'm sure we all do. But it's also something we should be asking ourselves about what we fund, what we're involved in. And that includes a genocide of thousands of children in Palestine. And so I thank you for putting this on the agenda. I thank you in advance for taking that brave step of passing this item. Thank you, Councilmember Barcena, for putting this on the agenda. And I hope that with many of us, you'll help advocate for peace, for a ceasefire in Palestine and for self-determination for the Palestinian people. Thank you.
I'd like to call up delegate of the 64.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Juan Martinez. I'm the delegate of the 64th District. I represent 8 cities, including this city. I'd like to start off by thanking Ms. Alcantar, who came here to speak up, council member and delegate. And again, to reinforce a ceasefire resolution. Today you have a strong community here advocating and demanding a ceasefire resolution. You have council members, you have delegates who were elected by your constituents in your regions asking for a ceasefire resolution. It can't be any clearer than that. When a majority of the population are asking you to support a ceasefire, there's no way you cannot support it. The only way that you can find yourself is voting on this is if you're funded by AIPAC or if you have any political gains that you want to advance for yourself and not for the community. There's an understanding that a common question throughout time has been asked is, what would you have done during World War II, during the Holocaust? The answer is clear. What you are doing now, whether you're speaking up against this genocide or whether you're staying silent, that's what you would have done during that time. Because today we are in a genocide. We are in an ethnic cleansing era where Israel, the terrorist organization of the right-wing government of Israel, is killing innocent Palestinians by all means, including violating national and international law, human rights violations. And it's being done with our tax money. I will be one of the first here to say that I do not condemn Hamas in any way. When you occupy land illegally and you settle and then you kick people out of their land and kill their population, people have a right to defend themselves. And they have been attempting to defend themselves for over 70 years against the superior power that's been funded by our own military. I say no more. You need to stand up to Joe Biden. You need to stand up to the powers that be in the White House and in the Congressional House of Representatives and tell them that as an individual city, Bell Gardens will stand for a resolution on a ceasefire for humanity. So I ask you to do that today. And I'm pretty sure you're going to continue to hear your constituents demand that you do so. Free Palestine.
Jojo del Real.
Hi, good evening, council members. My name is Jojo, and I'm a resident of the city of Bell Gardens. Firstly, in response to the Zoom callers, this past hour has been a disgusting reminder that racism, white supremacy, and settler colonialism is alive, but there is no room for that here. Fuck that. I'm here in support for a resolution for a permanent ceasefire, but beyond that, to an end to the occupation for the people of Palestine. We have seen the atrocities that have been committed, right, that this country is capable of, and all of the ways in which our tax dollars are being sent to enable this. We have seen this genocide unfold for more than 150 days and 75 years. We've seen images that we will never forget. They're etched in our souls forever. They are entire lives that have been violently taken from this realm. And I ask you, how much more is it going to take action? It is unimaginable that this wouldn't move you all in this council as human beings to fight for the liberation of Palestinians, and also for all oppressed people. I wanted to name that I read the resolution, and there is a section that claims that the assault on Gaza started on October 7th, but it happened long before that, more than 75 years before, and it's important to name that. There has been silence for too long, and I hope that by passing a resolution tonight, BG can commit to be vocal about our support to stop the genocide and to stop the occupation. So I urge you to pass this resolution and to free Palestine, right? And I also wanted to quickly express support for item number 12 as well, right? For the Resilient Rio project. I know I hear grunts in the back, but I really do want to voice that this is a great opportunity to reimagine what this space can look like for community members. There was many community members in these events that have really come up with so many creative ways in which this parcel of land, right, that there's this ownership of it, right, it feels like. And it's also been a space that isn't as known to many community members, but many community members that have set foot, have so many brilliant ideas of how this could better serve the community. And as y'all heard, golf courses do have big environmental impacts. There's so many golf courses in the community. There's one across the river in Downey. There's in Southgate. And I really do want to invite you all to really think about that, because there's so many community members that support these visions. Free Palestine. I yield my time.
To call up Mateo Gil. Mateo Gil. Okay.
Hello, council members. What else is there to say, right? A lot has been shared tonight, but it's very clear that we do need a ceasefire. And I think what we have now is a litmus test of our morality. It's a test to see if we're willing to do the right thing in this moment of time. So I urge everyone here to do the right thing and pass the call for a ceasefire. And beyond that, right? Because that's just the first step. We need a free Palestine. But a ceasefire is the least that we can do, because we have to utilize our voice, because the voice of Palestinians is being silenced. They don't have the same privileges that we have. And we are very privileged to even be having this conversation here. And it's important that we utilize that for the betterment of humanity. It's important that we look at each other in the eyes and recognize our interconnectedness, our humanity. So I urge everyone here to do the right thing tonight and call for a ceasefire, free Palestine. We need rent control and no more golf parks. Thank you.
I'd like to call up Leslie Velez. I'd like to call up Leslie Velez.
Hello, good night. So my name is Leslie Velez, and I'm an organizer for Latino and Muslim Unity. I am here in solidarity with my Palestinian brothers and sisters, and to support item number 10, the ceasefire resolution. It is ridiculous that we're even here calling for a ceasefire. No one wants to be here. No one wants to be doing this, but here we are. I'm going to play an audio clip from my brother who is in Palestine.
I need to tell you, the people fighting Gaza, not because these people like to kill Israeli people like what the propaganda speak, but because these people live in hell before 16 years. These people live in the big jail on the earth. Almost 2 million people live in big jail. Everything go to them. It was Israel first.
So that is my brother who lives in Palestine in the West Bank. So imagine the city of Bell Gardens as my brother described it, as my brother described his home in Palestine, a giant jail. No one would ever want that for the city or any other place in the world. My nieces play soccer at the Bell Garden Sports Center. They ask why they are able to play soccer in a beautiful field, and the children of Palestine have to live through the horrors of not knowing if they will be bombed while they are sleeping or shot while they look for basic human needs. Imagine your children doing that. This needs to stop. The bare minimum that the city of Bell Gardens can do is call for a permanent ceasefire now. Free Palestine. Viva, viva Palestina. El pueblo está contigo. They may have the propaganda, but Palestine has el pueblo, has the people. The Palestine has the people. And I'm going to go ahead and leave you with one quote. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality. Whatever affects one directly affects all directly, and this is MLK. So this is it. This is it, City of Bell Gardens. This is history. You have the opportunity to choose the right side of history today. We read it in the books. This is today. Thank you, and free Palestine.
I'd like to call up Joaquin Beltran.
Hello, I'm Joaquin Beltran. And first and foremost, I want to condemn all the comments earlier from the trolls that called in, spewing anti-Semitism, racism, sexism, bigotry. This movement condemns bigotry in all its forms. And in fact, I want to thank our Jewish siblings in Jewish Voices for Peace, and If Not Now, who have been courageous, brave, and leading for Palestinian liberation from the beginning. I am here because life is sacred. I'm here to stand in solidarity with our Palestinian siblings in condemning this US and Israel genocide against the indigenous Palestinian people. This has been 5 months. 5 months. 5 months of murdering, of carpet bombing. From the beginning, they cut off water, they cut off fuel, electricity, now starvation. From the beginning, we knew it was genocide in the making. We didn't have to wait for history. We didn't have to wait for so many of thousands who have died. Different numbers have been shared here tonight, 20,000, 30,000. The official numbers say about 40,000. All of that is an undercount. That does not include the number of men, women, innocent children who are underneath the rubble. This is a betrayal of life. This is a betrayal of our tax dollars that should be spent on small businesses, on housing, on food. If we had peace, the weapon manufacturers would be out of business. The weapon manufacturers would be out of business if we had peace. This is the military-industrial complex that is taking our hard-earned dollars to commit genocide on innocent people. Aaron Bushnell sacrificed himself in the most brutal of ways, burning himself alive in front of the Israeli embassy to condemn this genocide. The least we can do is speak out and not wait 5 months. Yes, it's been a long time. Doing it now is good. So thank you. We must do everything in our power to end the genocide, end the ethnic cleansing, end the occupation, end apartheid. Time is lives. Free Palestine.
Call up Jose Aleman. Give us a second.
Mic check. All right. Good evening,
One
ladies and
second, we
gentlemen.
still haven't gotten started. 1 second, sorry about that. We want to make sure we give you your 3 minutes.
We do apologize for that. We are having some technical difficulties. You're good. Go.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jose, born and raised in Bella Gardens, and I wanted to just talk a little bit about item number 12. I think it should be reconsider getting rid of the golf course. It feels like we never really got an opportunity to vote whether we wanted that or not, and it was just planted on us. And I don't think the problem is enough parks. It's just that the parks that we have are not as great. Um, I can tell you, have any of you guys ever gone to like Gallon Park, Barlow Park, Darwell Park? Nobody wants to go there. It's kind of scary. So maybe start by fixing that before we move on and get something else. With that being said, golf is such a great it's a great sport. You know, it's a very individual sport where you learn and build character through it. And I think taking away such a beautiful course like Bell Gardens 4-part course will be a loss to the city. I think as a resident of Bell Gardens, it's not fair that I have to go somewhere else to play golf when I have it here in my backyard. And Bell Gardens has been known to be a city of sports. Um, Look at our football team, what they did. You know, they went pretty far. Look at our girls soccer team, boys soccer team. Now we have it's becoming a year annual thing. The 5K run. It's been a success every year. So there's, you know, athletes in our city, and just the same way we have like kids league, like basketball league, soccer leagues, t-ball, baseball, everything, all of this. Why not maybe instead of taking it away, invest in it a little bit more, introduce our kids to the sport of golf. You know, part of the reason why maybe a lot of people are not familiar with this because they're not be given the chance to try it. And luckily, this course allows it to try it at a very affordable pricing, and taking that away, it sucks, you know. So with that being said, I just ask to just reconsider before you take it away. Thank you.
I'd like to call up Alfred.
Hi, I'm a lifelong resident of Southeast LA. You know, I just wanted to start off by saying that anti-Zionism is not anti-Jewishness, unlike those Zoom comments. I also have friends in Jewish Voices for Peace who advocate and are anti-Zionist, anti-Israeli in their policies. I've been aware of this struggle for a long time against apartheid, occupation, ethnic cleansing. The good thing about now is that, you know, you can look up these words on the internet and, you know, find scholars that are, you know about these issues. I could recommend some, you know, Iliam Pape, Norman Finkelstein. These are historians, scholars that have studied the issue. And, you know, if we understand what occupation legally means, what apartheid legally means, international law has already shown that Israel is committing these crimes, these international crimes. And they've been sanctioned for them more than any other country in the world. So, you know, it's pretty obvious what they are doing. Their intention is ethnic cleansing since their inception. Muslims, Christians, and Jews were living peacefully in the land of Palestine. before the Zionist project. So yeah, you know, like the partner said over here, we can't let ourselves be fooled by the propaganda, legacy media. We can see the age gaps in who believes in the Palestinian struggle and the people that support Israel is a generational thing, and it's not by accident. It's because Telemundo, Univision, and all these Fox News and all these legacy medias are only being paid attention by the older generation, and they're not being educated, and they're not educating themselves into the real situation of what's going on in Israel and in Palestine. Yeah, just let's be progressive. Let's be on the side of truth. And yeah, I'm just here to support the ceasefire resolution, obviously, and thank you for putting this on the agenda. So let's be progressive, and because in the future the truth is gonna come out, and you'll be on the right side. So let's not be conservative and believe the propaganda of the past. Thank you.
I'd like to call up Melody.
Dear Bell Garden Council members, you must pass the resolution to support a permanent ceasefire in Gaza and the West Bank. Living in the US, we are complicit in the genocide of Palestinian people. It is because of us that this is ongoing. Why is it that every single nation in the UN supports a ceasefire, but we, Britain, and Israel abstain? It's so easy for us to be here and to choose to ignore the situations that go on, but Palestinian people cannot. How can we go on when so many children are bombed, when people are dying trying to access food, when mothers cannot even feed their children because of how malnourished they are? This is a human rights issue. This did not start on October 7th, but in 1948 when Palestine was seized, when Britain non-consensuously and brutally gave away this land. Gaza has been an open-air prison since. How can we believe that Palestinians are not the victim in all of this? I remember when I was a child watching Israeli propaganda here in our school systems of Southeast Los Angeles. I remember the brutal dehumanization, the same way that so many disgusting comments on Zoom was, the same way these videos, they were depicting Palestinian people. Can you imagine being treated this way, but far worse, where so many people are actively praising your demise, cheering about your death? This is not a two-state solution. This is not a war. This is a genocide, and we need you to pass the resolution as is. Ceasefire on Gaza. Free Palestine.
I'd like to call up Armando.
Hi, good evening, everyone. A couple things. I know there's some heavier topics here, and my respect to all of them. My issues are a little bit more on a local level. I'm here to speak on topic number 12, which is the golf course. A few things I may reiterate that were already said, but the supervisor, Janice Hahn, did just give $50,000, not to just any organization, but the Latina Golfers Association. So that should help us out here locally, not only in helping their organization, but helping the golf game grow. With that being said, I would want to say that hundreds of NCAA scholarships go unused for boys and girls golf on a yearly basis. So that's an opportunity for us to share to our local high schools here and give an opportunity for students to succeed in something, maybe a sport that they're not aware of. Sometimes you don't know whether you're good at something or not until you try it. Another point that I would want to say is golf has allowed me, at least from my personal experience, it's placed me in different circles, different network opportunities. I know friends that have been able to grow their entrepreneur business just by being on the same tee box as another member, and being able to be around different circles puts us in different network opportunities as well as representation. I think representation is very important. This golf game has been for a long time a white sport, and for us as Latinos to be able to show that we're there, that we're representing. You should see some of the faces I get when the corridos are being played, right, throughout the golf course. And I also want to say that a couple of the issues being, I guess, against this topic is the water use. Many of these golf courses, including Bill Gardens, I believe, use recycled water and reclaimed water. Um, Another thing I would want to say is that, I've been a BG resident all my life, and kind of like how it was said earlier, there's different spaces and different areas within the city that we could focus on. Um, all the parks, whether they're small or big, Ford Park has a huge other half that has been forgotten. Nobody's mentioned how there's a lack of picnic tables, lack of barbecues, lack of maybe more gazebos. So instead of maybe focusing on something that's not yet of an issue, we should focus on what we have already. And we have a community center right on El Celinda that, besides recently having a playground built there, that boxing building has been empty for I don't know how many years, probably a glorified storage station. But there's just different things that we could do within the city. And I just feel like this isn't an issue. We should leave the golf course open. Thank you.
City Clerk, before we move on to virtual comments, I do want to take a moment to take a recess, if that's okay with everybody, if there's no objection. Okay, seeing none, we will be back it's 8:34, we'll be back at 8:45 p.m. Thank you.
Test, test. I just don't hear it. Test, test. Okay. You could hear me through there when I said test. Let's see. Yeah. Huh. I don't know. It's not doing it. Maybe it's just certain phones or something. It does seem like that's what's doing it. Where the wires for this coming through the underneath?
All right, thank you so much for that, City Clerk. If we could proceed with virtual comments, thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID. Sorry.
Yes,
Zoom
hello.
ID, Johnny Rebel.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. This is on the ceasefire resolution, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Item number.
All right. I'd like to ask the city to pass a resolution or come up with a public statement condemning the terrorist action of the Israeli government against the Palestinian people. But a ceasefire resolution isn't far enough. We must expel the Jews from this country peacefully. The Israeli military is targeting children, hospitals, churches, mosques, and other off-limit targets. They've been caught using white phosphorus, which is banned by the Geneva Convention. Footage exists of Jewish soldiers shooting children in the genitals for sport, poisoning drinking water, and other horrendous acts of violence. Have any of you ever heard of the Talmud? For those that don't know, it's one of the books that the Judaic faith uses to guide them. It can be found in every synagogue across America and the world, and I welcome you to fact-check my claims and consider what you may have previously believed to be wrong. Here's some example of scripture from the Talmud, and you can go to gtvflyers.com and goyimtv.tv and learn more about these truths. Yemaboth 49b. Jesus was a bastard born of adultery. Sanhedrin 58b. If a non-Jew hits a Jew, he must be killed. Yalkut 2450. Extermination of the Christians is a necessary sacrifice. Sanhedrin 57a. What a Jew steals from a non-Jew, he may keep. Kethiboth 11b. A man who engaged in intercourse with a girl less than 3 years of age has done nothing. Glitton 57a. Jesus is in hell being boiled in hot excrement. Zohar 1160a. Jews must always try to deceive Christians. Baba Mexia 11.4b. The non-Jews are not humans, they are beasts. Zohar Toldoth Noah 65b. When the Messiah comes, every Jew will have 2,800 slaves. I find this an interesting piece of scripture considering that the American slave trade was Jewish. Louis Farrakhan, a great public figure, said, "How do I get to be an anti-Semite? What have I done?" I told the truth about Jewish involvement in the slave trade. I believe that blacks and whites should not be enemies. We are both being played off against each other, and our misfortunes are at the hands of the vile Jews. As a society, we're allowed to criticize everyone but one protected group. They cry out in pain as they strike you. Every aspect of the media is Jewish. Every aspect of the government is Jewish. Our wars are being fought for Jewish interests. Our whole existence is on Jewish supremacy. The group's been expelled over 109 times throughout history. They lie about being persecuted. They lie about the Holocaust, and they continue to gaslight any opposition to their demonic plans. Google Metzava B'Peh. It's when a rabbi uses his mouth on a baby's genitals after circumcision. What sane group would suck on a baby's penis? And you can go and find that at nyc.gov. It's called oral suctioning. This is a real practice that Jews are doing across the world. And that's just one of the reasons why they're disgusting parasites. I don't understand why any of us put up with this.
20
the
seconds.
Goyim know. So just please pass the resolution. Let's just move on and send these Jews packing back to Israel. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Mervet Jude, if you would please select the microphone icon.
Hello, assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I'm part of the Arab American Caucus and SoCal Ceasefire Coalition. And first, I want to take the opportunity to thank all of you for presenting the ceasefire resolution. That's actually pretty well written. I would only want to make one change in the second to the last whereas, where you add anti-Palestinian sentiment, because the 6-year-old that was stabbed 26 times, the students that were shot, leaving one paralyzed in university, the young lady that was stabbed in a university here in Southern California, and a lot of the hate incidents against Palestinians are specific Palestinian based and has nothing to do with the religion, because Palestinians could be Christian and Muslim. I also want to make some comments regarding some of the hate comments against Jews and other ethnicities from some of the callers claiming to support the ceasefire, yet spewing out hate. That's not okay. It's not okay. We don't support that. I love we love our our Jewish sisters and brothers, and would never be okay with any anti-Semitic, sentiment or terminologies. So I want to apologize for people for listening to that hate. I get it's our freedom of speech, but so going on now. So as a Palestinian, we've been watching this now for 156 days. We're beyond traumatized. Today's the first day of Ramadan, and for the first time in my life, I'm not happy during Ramadan. I'm usually very excited during this time of the year, but there really isn't much to be happy about when you see 85% of Gaza destroyed. over 2 million Palestinians out of 2.3 million displaced. You see a level of hate here that I've never seen in my life. I would say worse than the Muslim ban, towards Arabs, even worse than 9/11. And of course, over 35,000 children, 35,000 children, 35,000 civilians dead, over 14,000 children murdered. That's not including the 1,000 under the rubble, over 70,000 that are injured. So seeing this resolution is very necessary. I know some other callers stated, it's been a long time, but you know what? Better late than never. You guys are doing better than our Congress, which are the ones funding this genocide. So I applaud all of you. I was raised in Southgate, born in Puerto Rico, raised in Southgate. I'm 100% Palestinian. Graduated from Southgate High. Bell Gardens is like right next door. And I was able to attend the Cudahy resolution when it got passed, and the first one in Southern California. And so I'm proud of all of you. Please pass this tonight. Please consider adding anti-Palestinian to the forms of hate, because it is specific. Like when someone like myself or my children are afraid to wear Free Palestine shirts, or the kufiya, which is the black and white thing in solidarity, scarf in solidarity, that has to do with Palestinians. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Sochi Morales, if you would please select the microphone. Thank you. You may proceed with your comment on items on the agenda.
Good evening, and thank you, Council. My name is Xochitl. I'm 24, a resident of Bell Gardens. And first, I want to say thank you to those who have made space for this topic. It is of extreme importance to those in the room and those of us who value humanity all over the world. I stand behind those that have commented in support of the resolution. Of course, just with that, not the anti-Semitic comments that have been made. I want to make that very clear, that support for the resolution and support for a free Palestine is not in line with these hateful comments that are being made about Jews. And I want to condemn those comments of those who have spoken before me. And I just want to emphasize the connections that this resolution and the topics of this resolution have with our community, and make it an issue of our community. As one of the people before me mentioned, many of us come from lineages of oppression at the hands of violent nation states that exerted what we now recognize as disgusting, unspeakable amounts of violence, all in the name of acquiring land and resources that are the livelihoods of other people, brown people. A vote for a ceasefire resolution and bold advocacy for a permanent ceasefire on an even larger platform is an act of humanity. What we tolerate being done to Palestinians is what will set the bar of our tolerance for violence against all people, especially brown people, especially those already marginalized by these systems of violence, racism, and settler colonialism. We see what is happening. It is being broadcast in front of our eyes every day. The collective starvation, the indiscriminate bombing, the destruction of medical infrastructure, massacres of people seeking aid. It is disgusting, it is traumatizing, and it is just like undeniable that what we are seeing in front of us is a genocide, and we must do what we need to stop this in its tracks. A vote for a ceasefire and your continued dedication to advocating for a ceasefire and for a free Palestine is necessary. Stop the genocide.
Zoom ID, identified as iPhone Pro. If you would please select the microphone icon or the unmute option. State your name for the record, and you may provide your comment on agendized items. Okay, Zoom ID. Oh, you may proceed with your comment.
Good evening. My name is Mario Garcia. I've heard what many have said, and I'm deeply concerned about how my community is misinformed. While as a dad, I can't imagine the loss of children and how families are torn apart. It is unbelievable how no one has spoken about the young souls that were murdered by Hamas murderers. Women raped, kidnapped, and babies kidnapped, all the way to the elderly days today. If you're calling for a ceasefire, you need to call for a release of kidnapped Israeli civilians. Just to inform you, because I've heard so many very incorrect information shared by many of you. The state of Israel has offered a ceasefire 3 times and Hamas has rejected it. Lives lost in Palestine is at the hands of Hamas. This resolution, while good in intentions, has brought out a very strong anti-Jewish sentiment because every person that speaks of ceasefire to protect Palestinian lives has said nothing about Israeli lives. Thank you.
Zoom ID 8 Huda, if you would please select the microphone icon.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Isa and I'm 7 years old. Every day when I wake up, I talk to my grandparents on video call. We play games, they tell me stories. It's so much fun. I love them so much, and I can't imagine a life without them. The soul of my soul. These were Grandpa Khalid's words as he held his 3-year-old granddaughter Reem's lifeless body. He kissed her nose like he always did, but she didn't giggle. He whispered in her ear, but her eyes did not gleam like they used to. She was gone forever. He can never smell her hair or give her goodnight hugs. He can never tickle her and hear her giggle. He can never tell her he loves her anymore. She is gone forever. Please don't let any more grandparents lose their souls. Please do not remain silent. Please call for a ceasefire for the children of Gaza. Free Palestine.
Zoom ID Jasmine, if you would please select the microphone icon or the unmute feature and provide your comment. Thank you.
Good evening, council members and staff. My name is Jasmine Gonzalez. I'm a member of the community and I live on occupied Tongva land, specifically Commerce. I'm in support of item 10 to pass a resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire and humanitarian aid in Gaza. I agree with some of the previous speakers. This resolution is late, but it's still important to make a statement, and I urge y'all to do the correct thing and vote yes. I'm also in support of item number 12. Thank you.
Zoom ID Natalia Rodriguez, if you would please select the microphone icon and proceed with your comment on items listed on the agenda.
Yes, hi everyone. I'm Natalia Rodriguez. I was born and raised in Bell Gardens. I went to Bell Gardens Elementary, Intermediate, and high school. And I'm proud to say that the values that BG taught me were about humility, community, and kindness. So I want to talk about item number 10, to implore the Bell Gardens City Council to pass ceasefire resolution. As another community member has said, everyone has described the unconscionable videos and images of the genocide in Gaza. So I will not repeat all of this. And also, as another brother has said, 75,000 human beings were murdered in El Salvador during the 12-year civil war, a war my parents fled. And then they became longtime residents of Bell Gardens, and they found a safety haven here. And it's sad to say that what's happening in Palestine, I don't know if Bell Gardens will be a refuge for them if we don't do anything about it. If in 5 months, 30,000 people have been killed, if we wait 12 years, about 750,000 people will be murdered, almost a million. So we always have asked ourselves, what would we do if we were alive during the civil rights movement, right? And well, here's our answer. We need to support the Palestinian people. We need to stop this genocide. So please support the ceasefire resolution. I think also the word genocide has been mentioned so much these past 5 months. So let me read to you what genocide is. So genocide is a deliberate killing of a large number of people from a particular nation or ethnic group with the aim of destroying that nation or group. So how can we support the obliteration of an ethnic group? How can we support ethnic cleansing? We cannot. So please be humane. Please use your hearts, use your souls. You have kids, you have daughters, you have parents. Please pass this resolution. And I will end this with a quote by a Buddhist leader, Daisaku Ikeda. And he said, harming another equates to harming ourselves, as we are deeply connected and dependent on one another. In this sense, there are no true winners in war. And this is not a war, again, it's a genocide, so this is worse. And so let's just free Palestine, pass this resolution. Thank you, everyone.
Zoom ID, Jim Conley. I think you may proceed your comment with items listed on the agenda.
Yes, I would like to express that I am for, pardon me, I am for the ceasefire resolution. And I would also like to have the council consider maybe adding why the whole conflict is going on over there. This didn't start on October 7th, as some other speakers have said. This has been going on for probably 75 years, going back to the 1948 Nakba. And one thing that people aren't talking about is, why is Israel attacking Palestine? It's not like Palestine has an abundance of natural resources. I can tell you the reason why, and it's found in the Jewish holy books called the Talmud. In Irvin 43b, it says, this is a Jewish belief, once the Messiah comes, all the nations will be subservient to the Jewish people. They've already got their red heifers lined up to bring back animal sacrifice. This is spiritual. It's all in an effort because Jews want to bring their Messiah, because they deny Jesus Christ. They want to bring their Messiah, which is going to be the Antichrist to Christians. Muslims call the Antichrist the Dajjal. And I'd like to point out to all the Christians and Muslims listening, get back to your faith and go to your holy books and see what they're saying about these Jews. The Quran in 2:96 says, you will find that the Jews are the greediest of mankind. The Bible in John 8:44 says that Jews are the children of the devil. So let's think about that. And that's all I had to say. Jews are the problem.
Zoom ID, Annalise Frankfort, if you would please select the microphone icon. Proceed with your comment on items listed on the agenda.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we could hear you. You may proceed with your comment.
Fantastic. I want to speak about the ceasefire. I would like to put in perspective that the Gaza Strip is 141 square miles. This is approximately twice the size of Washington, D.C. There's been more than 26,600 confirmed deaths. This is not including the over 65,000 wounded, the 7,000 missing, most of which are children, and the over 2 million Palestinians currently displaced. If we are only to consider the confirmed deaths, there are over 88 deaths per square mile. To call pointing out facts anti-Semitic is honestly appalling. The facts don't change because it offends someone's, and all those parents who are grieving the loss of their children, they're not going to feel any sort of peace in their children's murders because someone here was offended. I would also like to that when we do talk about ceasefire, I find that people are upset and they're calling any sort of fact anti-Semitic. That's disgusting. We live in a place where we should be able to speak openly. It's not like I'm giving my opinion. I'm not saying that, you know, Jewish noses are large and disgusting. I'm saying that the killing of innocent children is abhorrent. I'm saying there is plenty of baby blood on the hands of these people. It's not anti-Semitic. I would also like to say that the person who allowed their child to come on here and read that statement, I hope you wrap your car around a fucking tree, you disgusting pile of garbage. Who lets your child read that? That's not okay. You can't sit here and say that you're trying to save children and protect the innocence of children and then let your child read that. What kind of disgusting pile of garbage feels like that's appropriate? You are weaponizing your child's innocence. There is nothing more niggerish or kike-ish than weaponizing the innocence of a child. And for you to allow them to do that, disgusting. I appreciate that you are respecting free speech, but that is fucking disgusting. None of you even fucking belong here, you disgusting beaners.
Zoom ID Rex Uden, if you would please select your microphone icon.
Good evening. I'd like to speak on the ceasefire resolution. I think I am opposed to it just because there's more important things to worry about than what's going on the other side of the world. People are all concerned about this genocide. Oh, the Jews are genociding the Palestinians. Well, I'm an American European man, and the Jews are genociding my race here in my own nation. Where's my homeland? All you beaners that are flooding us, you guys can go back to Mexico if you don't like it here. Where can I go? Where can I go to be around my people? It's a genocide. You guys are replacing us. You're stealing our resources. It seems like the beaners are just mad because the welfare money that they get from us is going to Israel instead. And if I'm being honest, I think that the way that the Israelis are handling the Palestinians is the exact way that I'd like to handle you fucking shitskins. Start rounding you up, putting you in cages, and just pick you off one by one. You could leave. You could go back to your homeland, make it a better place to live. That's what I would propose, because that's what National Socialism proposes, is that you all go back to your homeland and you make it the best place you can instead of coming here, leeching off of my people and what my ancestors built. So that way you guys can just, enjoy the fruits of our labor that the Jews, 30 Jewish NGOs are what open up our border and flood us with all of you fucking third world invaders. And we're getting tired of it. We're sick of it. So I don't really care what the Jews are doing over in Palestine. I got enough problems with the Jews are doing right here in my fucking community. So I'd like you all to just fucking leave before the white man really has to rise up and take his land back. Nigger, white fucking power. Hail Hitler. The Holocaust didn't happen. All Jews are kikes.
Zoom ID Gabe Stutman, if you would please. Thank you. You may proceed with your comment with the items listed on the agenda.
Good evening, Council. My name is Gabe Stutman. I'm a journalist. I'm also a Jewish man myself, so I've been following this struggle for a while now. I originally intended to speak against the ceasefire resolution, but sitting here listening to all these testimonials, I think I've come up with a plan actually, and just hear me out, because this may even result in world peace if it works out. So as we all know, we have a border crisis with thousands and thousands of brown illegal invaders crossing the border every single day. And the Jews in power are doing absolutely nothing about this. They want it to happen. So what I propose is, and a side note, if you look at usgovernmentrevenue.com, the average Latino is about a $600,000 net drain on the economy during their lifetime. So I think if we just invest a little bit of money up front and give these guys a flight, all these illegal invaders a flight directly from the border over to Gaza, and they just duke it out, winner takes all. Maybe give them an AK and, some body armor, like give them a fighting chance. but ship them straight over, give them a flight. And at the same time, we need to be giving Israel more Hellfire missiles. I think we only give them about 10 million a day in cash, so I think we need to give them like $1 trillion a day. We just need to give Israel more missiles and more money. You know, a lot of these beaners that are crossing over, they have some construction skills too. You know, they're somewhat skilled labor, you know, a little bit of like plumbing, contracting experience. So they could have a fighting chance against these Jews in their tunnels. They could root out, you know, it's basically all tunnel warfare under there now. So I think they would really have a fighting chance. And, you know, if the beaners win over there, it would pretty much solve all of the world's problems. Yeah, so that's my plan. Send the beaners to Gaza. That's it. Good night.
Zoom ID Martin King, if you would please select your microphone icon and provide your comment on items listed on the agenda.
Good evening. Good evening. Can you hear me?
We're not able to hear you.
Can you hear me?
No, it seems like your audio is not working properly. It's
Can you
very
be
weak.
better now? Really weak? I'm sorry about that. Can you hear me?
No, we cannot. You may have to disconnect and try again on another device. It doesn't sound like your audio is working properly.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Zoom ID Martin King, did you want to try again and see if you can?
Yeah, once you disconnected me, now I'm coming back. Can you hear me?
No, we cannot. It's very, very weak.
I will leave and come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID Jose Lopez, if you would please select your microphone icon. Thank you. You may proceed with your comment on items listed on the agenda.
Yes, hi. I would like to make a land acknowledgement that the land of Israel, Judea and Samaria has always been the Jewish homeland, and nothing has changed. I think that the constituents that you have before you have collective amnesia as to why we're in this conflict right now. On October 7th, they murdered Jews, women, Muslims, Christians, babies, everybody. There was peace on October 6th. Israel has been out of Gaza since 2005. There will never be peace until Palestinians love their children more than they hate Jews.
Have you concluded your public comment?
I have.
Okay, thank you. Zoom ID Ramiro Juarez, if you would please select the microphone icon.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we could hear you.
Fantastic. I would like to take the position of anti-ceasefire simply because of what the Jews have been doing in Israel and Gaza since their founding in 1947 after they stole the land from Palestinians has been absolutely horrific. They've committed war crimes wherever they can. They've stolen homes from settlers. They're the ones raping babies and killing babies. There were no dead babies at the hands of Hamas. In fact, Hamas let go a bunch of hostages freely without harm. They fed them, and I'm not pro Hamas in any way, shape, or form. However, you have Israeli soldiers shooting children for sport, high-fiving each other about this, and this is all because of their false Holocaust narrative. The Holocaust never happened. I mean, if we really look at it, we can go to Auschwitz. There were 4 ovens. If you take 4 ovens times the amount of time it takes to cremate a body in a modern crematoria of 1 hour per body, that's 4 bodies per hour, times 24 hours in a day is 96 bodies a day, times 365 bodies a year is 34,040. And let's times that by about 5 years. All right, so that's a maximum of 175,200 cremated bodies. How in the fuck does that add up to 6 million? The real Holocaust was in Dresden when the Jews convinced Allied forces to fight with the communists instead of with the fascists and go and firebomb the city of Dresden, burning alive well over 350,000 men, women, and children. You think they're not going to do that in Gaza? What happens after Gaza? Israel did 9/11. They attacked the USS Liberty on June 8th in 1967. As soon as they level Gaza and get rid of the Palestinians, what's to stop them from starting another 6-day war that, notice again, a 6, surprise, surprise, that they're not going to extend out to the rest of the Middle East, and they're going to continue killing, raping, and maiming every man, woman, and child they get their hand on. They're a bloodthirsty race that aren't even human, and they're doing all they can to cause destruction. They're the ones promoting race mixing and immigration in other countries while they sterilize Ethiopian Jews who come to Israel to claim birthright. How is that ethical? If you're going to go ahead and advocate for a bunch of dirty spicks coming into America, but if you get a Jewish Ethiopian coming into your own country, you're going to sterilize them, does that not set a double standard? I mean, we all know that the reason we don't hear about a lot of this stuff is because 80% of the current cabinet is
30
Jewish.
seconds left.
Yeah, Jeanette Yellen, Anthony Blinken, Wendy Sherman, Merrick Garland, Alejandro Mayorkas, Victoria Nuland, Avril Haines, Eric Lander, Ron Klain, David S. Cohen, Rachel Levine, Lieutenant Colonel Jennifer Pritzker, all Jews with dual citizenships working in the current cabinet. 80% of the current cabinet is Jewish. 90% of the current media control in the United States is Jewish. That's why you hear these lies by these filthy fucking kikes, and I advocate for the complete destruction of
Okay, your time is up. Zoom ID, Al Fernandez, if you would please select the microphone icon. Thank you. You may proceed with your comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we could hear you. You may proceed.
Hi, my name is Ale Fernandez. I'm a Bell Gardens resident speaking in support of the ceasefire resolution. I'm quoting a number from Palestinian journalist Motaz Azaisa. More than 14,000 of Gaza's 1.1 million children, or 1% of the total child population, have been killed by Israeli occupation since October 7th. Biden just bypassed Congress to send Israel weapons, making over 100 arms sales to Israel without having to seek congressional approval. So we, the people in the US, have unwillingly been funding this genocide. More than 9,000 Palestinian women have been killed, and it's an undercount because thousands are still missing in the rubble. To quote Jewish Voice for Peace, which is a Jewish organization towards Palestinian liberation and Judaism, but beyond Zionism, the majority of American voters support an immediate permanent ceasefire. Through the tireless advocacy of Palestinians and allies, 108 members of Congress have joined their urgent call for a ceasefire. The history of the US government is one of oppression, colonization, genocide, and we have the opportunity to change that starting now. Some of the racist comments made tonight is a symptom of how capitalism and the industrial war complex has dehumanized and isolated people. I imagine a future in which there's no money for bombs, there's free healthcare and housing for all, and there's a free Palestine. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Omar's iPhone, if you would please select the microphone icon or the option to unmute. Thank you. You may proceed on your comments regarding anything on the agenda.
Good evening, Council. My name is Omar. I'm a Palestinian. I came here to speak about the ceasefire resolution. And honestly, I'm just so taken back by the things I've heard. I just want to send my sincere apology to every single person on this council. You guys all don't deserve to hear things like this. This is very devastating. and I'm sorry that there's humans that share these views. Marco, Marcina, I just wanted to tell you that I'm sorry, that I appreciate you bringing this resolution forward. This is a resolution that should not divide us. It's a resolution that is just calling for peace in the region. I am a Palestinian, like I mentioned before, but I would like to see the hostages returned to Israel. You know, that's like the number one thing that's talked about. And I think Netanyahu is the one that's stopping the hostages from being returned. People don't understand that the hostages were taken as a result of the many Palestinian children and women that are in prison, in Israeli prisons. I'm not, saying I support them taking them, but that was the reason why they did it, to exchange for people that have been locked up for a very long time. Moving forward, I grew up, my grandparents were forced from their homes in 1948 in Palestine. They have so many stories and so much pain that I was raised by my grandparents, and they had so much pain in their eyes telling me these stories. And I had the opportunity to be close to them and to learn from their experiences. And we're just people that are suffering right now. We've been suffering for the last 5 months, and we do want this resolution to give peace to the people. They're starting their fast right now, and as you know, America is helping drop the bombs, and they have been dropping food. But the kids don't even know what's coming, if it's going to be a bomb or if it's going to be food. We need this ceasefire resolution so some of these families can start over again. They're being starved to death. And this isn't about religion. This is just about um, them trying to take over the region. A good friend of mine, his name is Mohammed Al-Alul. He's a journalist in Gaza. He had 5 kids. 4 of his 5 kids were murdered just because he was a journalist and taking pictures of the atrocities. And he's become a good friend of mine, but he's never gotten his justice. He never got to say goodbye to the 4 out of his 5 kids. And I'm really just taken back that it's taken 5 months to get some of these resolutions done. But I really hope that you guys will vote the right way tonight. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry on behalf of everyone else, the things they've said to you guys. Thank you.
Zoom ID Judy Stroyer, if you would please select the microphone icon. You may proceed with your comment with any.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Can you confirm you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I would like to apologize for that last gentleman who has to seem like he needs to apologize for some people speaking their mind. In this country, we have the right to free speech and free thought and free ideas. And just because somebody from somewhere else comes here and decides that they, want to take our resources and take our country from the men who founded it and fought for it, they don't get to redecide what our rights are, including civil rights and our ability to speak for ourselves. It's typical for things these days to be run by a Jewish Anti-Defamation League definition, and your councils have been shown to be receiving guidance from the ADL. And this is really a workaround that you're doing to get around the First Amendment, and that is against the law. So I want to be careful. I think your council should be commended for you letting there be free speech, but there's a reason why we have free speech. And I wanted to jump into it. A lot of people are saying hate speech and personal attacks. This is a reason to stop free speech. Well, free speech is used to criticize people, and sometimes that sounds like hate or personal attack. There's a reason for free speech, and no matter how harsh it sounds, it's been tested over and over, and you can't shut it down. So this being an example of a city council doing it the correct way, you guys are commendable. The Holodomor, no one knows what the Holodomor is, and that's when 30 million white Christians were killed by the Jewish Bolsheviks and starved out in the Ukraine. No one even knows what it is. And we whites, whose fathers and grandfathers fought for this country, we need to keep hearing over and over again about everybody else's guilt trip and this and that, and like white guy this and white guy that. And even the white people on the councils will say things like, oh, whites and this and that. And we got to sit here and listen to it. And if anybody dares stand up and say, hey, where's the double standard here? If you were to replace that word white with Jew and say any of the stuff you're saying, you'd never get away with it. And another thing I want to talk about is the reason why you call them kikes is because of the word keikel is a Yiddish word for circle. When they came to Ellis Island escaping World War II, after they started it by declaring a worldwide boycott on German goods, trying to starve out the Germans, when they escaped the war that they had coming to them, while my grandfathers had to go and fight for them, they came over and got a circle on their hand, and because instead of an X, because they couldn't stand the cross, they thought they couldn't have any reference to Jesus. That's how much they despised Jesus Christ. And we're supposed to think Judeo-Christian is supposed to be hyphenated that way? Who came up with that? Pause for thought. Judeo declares war on Germania. Please look that headline up and you determine for yourself what history was. The boomers have been on a suicide mission
your
for
time
the
is
white
up.
race.
Zoom ID, Amanda Garcia, if you would please select the microphone icon and proceed with your comments with items listed on the agenda.
Hello, I'm just a resident from Bell, and I like to, I'm just speaking for the ceasefire. You know, I believe it should be passed, and I'm so sorry for all of you guys who are sitting through this and having to hear this as well. I'm just going to be reading a poem from this excerpt, or from, let me see. I saw it in Art Space HP, which is, I believe you guys should all go visit right now. It has a Palestine art exhibit right now, which I believe you guys should go visit. But this is gonna be from Nidera Guterres, I believe. And my bad for being a little nervous. I didn't think I'd be called because of everything that was happening. But let me see. Children don't need toys, they need peace. They need their dreams to be nourished, and they need environments in which they can flourish. Children don't need toys, they need hands to hold when they are scared. They need safety, they need adults they can trust to protect them. They need laughter, they need gardens and mountains they can climb. Children don't need toys, they need friendship, they need community. They need childhoods they don't they don't need to heal from. They need patience and love. Children don't need toys, they need full bellies, kind hearts, imagination, wonder, and freedom to be who they need to be. Children don't need toys, they need an opportunity to grow up, to become the adults we need more than ever. Children don't need toys, they need us to stand up for them and to say no more violence, no more war, no more genocide, no more discrimination, no more hate, no more division, no more borders, no more destruction, no more trauma. Children don't need toys, they need and deserve to be children. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Rabbi Zyke Lonby, if you would please select your microphone icon and proceed with your comments on items listed on the agenda.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Good. It's about time. I'm sick of sitting here listening to all these filthy goyim in the audience. Do you guys think that this ceasefire will do anything? You think we're gonna listen to your stupid local government? They listen to us. We control all of you. So get that through your head, you filthy Muslim rats. You think you can stand up to the Jews? You better think again. We're gonna take over Gaza like we already are. So go ahead and pass your law. We own everything. We own everything. Your media, everything. So you can keep coming up here, spewing your anti-Semitic garbage, and we're gonna keep doing what we do best, controlling the world.
Have you concluded your comment?
No, I'm not done. I got a little bit more to say. For all these people calling in on Zoom, thinking they're smart, quoting our Talmud. Who said that you could read our Talmud? You're not supposed to even know about the Talmud. You filthy goys. We will have our slaves, and we will bring on our Messiah. And there's nothing you can do about it. I'm done. I got nothing to say to you, Goyam.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Zoom user, if you would please select the microphone icon and speak on items listed on the agenda. Please state your name for the record.
Yeah, hi, my name is Khadija. I'm calling in support of the resolution for calling for a ceasefire. I think it's just so sad to hear all of these, such racist callers calling in, whether they be like, I don't even know if the guy right before us was a Zionist Jew. I mean, what he had to say makes Jews look bad, so I don't even think he's a real Jew. And then the white, supremacists, what's wrong with you guys? You are the ones that are making this country divided. And here's a little history lesson for the white nationalists. California didn't even belong to the US until 1846 in the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. All right, so get your facts straight and stop spewing your ignorant hatred. We do not, I would like for your council to please be brave, be human, do what's right. We should not be tolerating the abuse of our taxpayer dollars to be going to killing children. Children, women, I think the number's like at 25,000 women and children have been killed. And that is because of, President Biden allowing it to happen and abusing our taxpayer dollars. And those taxpayer dollars come from local cities like ours. So please do the right thing and call for a ceasefire and do the morally correct thing. I commend you and I feel sorry that you have to listen to all this racist garbage that people who are calling in are stating. But do the right thing, council. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Ursula Haverbeck, if you would please select thank you. You may provide your comment on items listed on the agenda.
Hi, goodness. I wanted to talk about the ceasefire resolution. I think it's empty. I mean, let's be honest. What are we going to do from here? It's a bunch of virtue signaling from people who have nothing better to do than sit in an auditorium for hours on end. I hope you go home, get on Facebook, and tell people how wonderful of a human being you are because you decided to sit here for hours and say that you want a resolution. I'm not saying that what's going on there is okay. I'm just saying that there is so many more things that we could do. Why have we spent, what's it been, like over an hour just on this? I think I heard maybe 2 people speak about a golf course, and everyone else has been about this ceasefire stuff. I mean, I know I can see your guys' faces and not your hands. I'm sure you all are playing on your phones at this point because why even listen to the same drivel over and over? I see you waving, honey bun. I see you too. Now, what I will say is I appreciate both sides. You know what, if you're going to come up there and you're going to speak your piece, wonderful. I do find it kind of disgusting that I could literally hear baby dick blood on that rabbi's mouth who just spoke online. That was disgusting. You could hear it. I mean, you just know that he has been in the tunnels all night raping babies. Just awful. Just awful. Actually, that's something we could talk about. Instead of spending an hour on Gaza, why don't we start looking in our sewers? Filling them, putting all this time and effort into stopping the systematic raping of children going on under our cities. I know it sounds crazy, but things like this are happening in New York. There's videos of it. Bloody mattresses being taken out of sewers. A child-sized mattress with bloodstains. And oddly enough, when they're asked about it, they say that it's some ritual. They claim that it was completely consensual. I want to say one rabbi claimed that it was a dead person they put on there that somehow bled. And as a butcher, I can tell
30
you,
seconds left.
thank you so much, that is not the case. That's not what dried blood would look like from a dead person days after the fact. One thing I really did want to say, so while I have your guys' ear, is Mezcla de las razas, el mantro infantil. You have a great fucking day.
Zoom ID, Martin King.
Am I any better this time?
Oh, much better. We can hear you now. You may proceed with your
Oh, wonderful. What a good evening, council. Thank you so much for allowing freedom of speech tonight. I've sat through the whole meeting and listened to people talk on both sides and all the condemnations of the hate, and I just think it's a really, really amazing, blatant hypocrisy for all of these Reconquista, very, very intellectual people to sit there and lecture other human beings about what they're allowed to say and what they're not allowed to say. And I think it's absolutely sickening that Jews are allowed to represent both sides of every issue in this country. Oh, we organized with the Jews that are against. Look, I know the inner workings of all of these leftist circles, so you can't fool one over on me. I know throughout all of history that Jews are guilty of running both sides of every operation, and you're not going to stop anything that's happening in Israel. They're going to continue their Greater Israel project, just like all of you Mexicans are going to continue your Reconquista movement that's already taken over the southwestern United States, and it's bleeding its way into the rest of our country. And you think we don't know? You think we don't know? And we're waking other people up. So all of you hard leftists, you're sick, and you want to condemn hate? Well, guess what? The white people know what's going on, and we're sick of it, and we're teaching others. So wake up. It's the Jews that are running both sides of these issues. You want to say it's hate? It's the truth, and the truth prevails. Wake up. Wake up, America.
Zoom ID, Chad Bastewell. If you could please select the microphone icon.
Okay. Hi, good evening, council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we could hear you. You may proceed with your comment.
Okay, thank you very much. Wow, what an evening. Okay, so regarding the ceasefire, calling for a ceasefire and the genocide of all non-Jews in Palestine is certainly a good start, but it doesn't go nearly far enough. A ceasefire is nothing more than a pause in the genocide. So let's just, all of us, can we just stop and think about what we're really asking for? I mean, we're asking the Jews to stop killing people so quickly. Please, Jews, please stop killing non-Jews so quickly. Come on, Mordecai. Can you kill those Goyim a little more slowly so I can enjoy my golf game this weekend? So, I want us to come together. I want us all to come together, white people and brown people, black people, Goyim, because that's what we are. We're all Goyim. All non-Jews are Goyim. And the Jews hate the Goyim. They've been waging war on the Goyim for thousands of years. They've been kicked out of 109 nations in the past 200 years. They've been murdering Palestinians since 1947. They terrorize them, steal their land, chop down their olive trees, poison their water, debase their money, rape their children. And then, yes, they play both sides. A ceasefire is playing into the very enemy's strategy. Read the Protocols of Zion. People, all you good-hearted people sitting there waving your Stop the Genocide placards. I agree with you, but think a little deeply here. You're asking for a ceasefire, which is nothing more than a pause. We can do better than that. The enemy is the Jew. We all need to come together and name the Jew. And all you people pussyfooting around saying, oh, it's racism and we can't, anti-Semitism. The Jew hates you. They initiated the hate. They monopolize hate. They've cornered the market like they've cornered all of our markets. So people, please, can we come together and speak some real truth, not this half-hearted truth of, please, can we have a pause in a genocide? Why don't we stop the genocide for good? Why don't we stop this genocide permanently and kick the Jews out of this country? Hispanics, whites, and blacks need to unite and name the Jew. Otherwise, we're finished. Our children are chopping their genitals off. We're being poisoned. Our food is poisoned. Our pharmaceutical, the lead health position in this country is a man posing as a woman.
Zoom ID, Lily Perez, if you can please select the microphone icon and proceed with your comment with items listed on the agenda. Zoom ID, Amal's iPhone, if you can please select the microphone icon and proceed with your comment.
Hi, my name is Amal, and my name is Hope. I'm just listening to this last call, and I just want to throw up one of the most disgusting, vile things that I've heard in my 56 years of living. I'm Palestinian, and I want to first say thank you for considering this ceasefire resolution. My people have paid a heavier price for a crime they didn't commit, a crime that was committed somewhere in Europe. But today, I stand before you with a very heavy heart because I'm burdened by the injustice and oppression that has plagued the people of Palestine. This genocide is very real, and it is tragedy, and it's a stain on the consciousness of humanity. In this conflict, women and children bear the brunt of the violence committed by the state of Israel. They are not spared from the indiscriminate bombing or the brutalities of occupation, and we can actually see that being put forward to us by the IDF themselves. They actually are parading their crimes to the whole world on social media. Their lives, Palestinian lives, have been shattered, their dreams extinguished, simply because of their ethnicity and heritage. Let us not forget that this is not the conflict for land. It is about human people, people that have skin, bones, blood. What I can't get past is this one child that was actually handcuffed with plastic, some sort of zip tie or whatever it was, and they actually ran over his body with the tank. How do you erase something like that from your mind? It is fundamental right of each individual to live with dignity and peace. Every person has that right, regardless of their ethnicity or religion. The Palestinian struggle is about justice, equality, and the right to self-determination. The war did not start on October 7, nor is it a war, actually. This is a genocide. It started in 1947 when my family was thrown out and ethnically cleansed from their home in Safad, Palestine. They were forced, about 800,000 people were forced out of Palestine, and the state of Israel was established. Why was it established there? Okay, it was established there because Europe needed a final solution for their problem, which was the Jewish problem, and that was exactly how it was framed. Since then, my people have endured decades of occupation, displacement, and violence with my tax dollar. And the reason we talk about it at the city level is because the city is invested in companies that are actually actively involved in this kind of
Thank you. Your time is up. Zoom ID, Maria Padilla, if you would please select your microphone icon and proceed with your comment with the items listed on the agenda.
Sí, buenas noches, ¿sí me escuchan?
Sí.
Yes,
Okay,
good
buenas.
evening. Do you hear me? Yes, good evening. My name is Maria Padilla. I am a part of this community. I think that I'd like to begin saying statistics and everything that we've been hearing in this meeting, to listen to testimony from people who are suffering for their families is a repetition. I think that I want to ask the council members to approve this resolution, ceasefire resolution, and I simply want you to pause at this time with so many things that we've heard, and that you open your hearts and you remember the pain of having lost a family member. I think each of us here have gone through that pain. We know the pain of losing someone we love. And I think about those families who not only lose a loved one, they lose their whole family, children, families that are left alone in one moment after having lost siblings, parents. I want you to remember that pain of losing a family member. And when you decide tonight, think about those families far away there who are raising their voice to live with dignity and to live in peace, to live in peace. That's what I'm asking you tonight. I'm asking you not to change one single word of that resolution that you've written and in this agenda. I also want to ask you about number 12, and that I support the golf course. I know a lot of people want to keep the golf course, but not all of the community in Bell Gardens. The majority doesn't have access to enjoy that space, and to follow that plan that we have, it would be easier for young people to have a space to express themselves and spend time with the family. Thank you. Think about it. Reach into your hearts, and we want peace. I'd like the massacre to end, please. Let's not close our eyes to it. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Zoom ID Juno Tesser. Thank you. You may proceed with your comment with items listed on the agenda.
Hello. Yes, I was talking about the idea of having a day for a white Remembrance
you already
Day, a day
provide a
that would
comment?
honor.
Excuse me, did you already?
No, this is no.
Okay. You may
Did
proceed.
anyone ask for this? If so, I'm happy that they did. Okay. I was looking for a white Pride Day because everybody else seems to get one of these, and we seem not to be able to
Sir,
get
are you
one.
speaking as to a
Everybody
specific
else
agenda
wants to
item?
have one. Yeah, the agenda item would be against. Well, actually, thinking about it, I am for the idea of the Jews continuing their genocide in Gaza. I think it would be a good idea because they are now creating that precedent that is showing on a world level that no one can stop them from genociding their political enemy, because there are a lot of white Christians in this country who believe the Jews are our political mortal enemy. And at some point when those men stand up and decide to commit genocide on all of the Jews worldwide, it will be a precedent set by then that the Jews have now set by doing this genocide in front of the world. In front of the world, they have done this genocide, and no one has stopped them. And we see their prime minister quoting the Talmud, stating that they will kill not only the warriors, but the women and the children and their animals. And this Bibi Netanyahu is able to say this in front of the world, quoting their evil, wicked book of the Talmud, which I encourage you to look into. You could also check out gtvflyers.com for a lot of more information on these topics. There is a group of white people who are not scared of being called racist for sticking up for themselves. There's racism being done to white people in the name of diversity, inclusion, and equity. It has been called racist on a federal level by the Supreme Court as of June 30th of last year, and now as of last week, Mark Pittman has stated that you cannot use race as a factor in distributing employment opportunities or grant opportunities. It's not just for the Japanese students and the white students at UMC and Harvard. It's actually across the board. So equity departments are illegal and they all will be shutting down. I would suggest that you get ahead on that because lawsuits are coming towards government all throughout this country for the racist affirmative action program that cost whites opportunities for 30 years. And now we have that same group of Jews that are flooding white homelands with people from the third world. While no one is allowed to go into Israel, they won't let you go in there. You can't go there unless you're from their bloodline of Turkish, Mongolian, Ashkenazi, Khazars, Antichrists, and we are letting them run our world.
Zoom ID, Lashane Jackson.
Hello, my name is Lashane. Oh, I've got a bit of an echo. 1 second. Do you guys actually mind coming back to me? I'm having mic issues.
Okay.
Thank you.
Zoom ID, iPhone Pro, if you can please announce your name for the record and proceed with your comment that's listed on the items listed on the agenda. Zoom ID, Charla Nash, if you can please select the microphone icon.
Hi, I want to talk about this ceasefire resolution. My goodness,
Did you already provide a comment earlier?
No, ma'am. I don't believe you've called a Charlotte Nash today. Am I okay to speak or?
Yeah, you may proceed with your comment.
Phenomenal. I want to speak about this ceasefire. My goodness. I find it interesting that we live in a time where we have to ask a group of people to stop murdering babies. I mean, it's pretty disgusting. What I find really offensive and abhorrent is when people come up and they say that, well, Israelis have offered a ceasefire because what they've really done is offered the people who belong in that area, the Palestinians, they've allowed them to put down their guns and walk away from their homes, and maybe they won't get shot on the way out. I mean, some of these videos, they're purposely attacking children. There's videos of soldiers, IDF soldiers, purposely shooting the genitalia of little boys and bragging about it. It's a marksmanship challenge. Those are the people that are claiming that if Gaza and the people and these poor Palestinians, if they just put down their guns, well, those are the people, those IDF people who decide to make a game out of shooting people in the genitals. Those people, they're not going to shoot you if you put down your guns. I mean, this is awful, and we're funding it. Our taxpayer money is going towards that. We're coming up on tax season. And I know that whatever I put into the government is going to come right back out on the top of heads of children, be used for bullets to be shot at these poor men. I find it disgusting. I also find it disgusting in the U.S. when we speak about this, we're labeled as. There was a woman who came up and called people white supremacists for having the audacity to not like murder. Does that mean that if I want to be more inclusive, I need to support the brutal murders of people? Oh, that's disgusting. Why do we live in a time like that? More important, these videos that you see posted all over online, why do I only see them online, but I don't see them on the news? I find it disgusting. And when I looked into it, I looked on this website called thank you so much, gtvflyers.com. And on that website, I found out that the reason I'm not seeing these same videos is because 96% of the media is owned by Jews. The people deciding what we see are also the people deciding that we don't need to know how disgusting they truly are. Remove their masks, show the vile disgustingness that is the
Thank you. Your
cock.
time is up. Zoom ID, Lashane Jackson, are you able to provide your comment at this time?
Yes. Am I coming through a little better? I was getting a
Yes.
bad echo on my end.
Yeah, we could hear you. You can proceed with your comment.
Perfect. I would like to actually be pro ceasefire on this resolution, simply because of the pattern recognition and the history of what Jews have done to get expelled from many nations. So in 1200 BC, they got expelled from Egypt. 733 BC, they got expelled from Samaria, and again in 722 BC. In 586 and 597, they got expelled from Babylonia and Judah. In 356 BC, Persia, they were expelled again because they had a plot to kill Haman. In 139 BC, in Rome, they were expelled by Gnaeus Cornelius Hispanus. In 115 BC, they were expelled from Cyprus. In 87 BC, they were expelled from Cyrene in Greece. And in 66 BC, they were expelled from Jerusalem. In 63 BC, they were expelled from Samaria again. In 61 BC, they were expelled from Ramathaim, Syria. In 61 BC, they were expelled from Ephraim, Syria. 61 BC again, Lydda, Syria. In 53 BC, they were expelled from Palestine, the land they stole in 1947. In 37 BC, again expelled from Palestine. 30 BC, they were expelled from Alexandria in Egypt. In 12 BC, they were expelled from Gaul. 5 BC and 4 BC, both times expelled from Palestine again. In 3 BC, they were expelled from Egypt again. In 19 AD, they were expelled from Rome. In 30 AD, they were expelled again from Babylonia. In 30 AD, they were also expelled from Adiabene, Armenia, Batanea, Ctesiphon, and then in 36 AD, they were expelled from Nisibis. In 36 AD, Sicilia, Italy, Jamnia. 39 AD, they were expelled from Antioch, Syria. Hey, guess what? In 38 AD, Alexandria, Egypt, again expelled. In 40 AD, they were expelled from Nehardea. In 41 AD, they were again expelled in Rome. In 44 AD, Dora, which was a Greco-Syrian city.
30
And in
seconds left.
Judea in 45 AD, they were also expelled. Hey, for the third or fourth time now, in 49 AD, they were expelled from Rome. In 50 AD, they were expelled from Jerusalem again. Does anyone notice a pattern? I can go on for the next 2,000 years. The Jews have been expelled from so many cities, so many nations. At what point in time is it not their own fault? They keep killing kids, drinking their blood, and performing atrocities,
Your time is
just like
up.
they are
Thank you.
right now. Thank
Zoom ID, Hersey, if you could please proceed with your comment. State your name for the record.
My name is Rachel Horsey. I find this
You've already
disgusting.
provided your comment. Thank you. At this time, Mayor, I think you're getting rotating individuals.
Thank you so much, City
Yeah.
Clerk. I appreciate that. If there's no objection by the members, I will close public participation on agenda items. Moving on to City Manager report. City Manager, will you please give your report? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Chavez. Try to pivot from some of the commentary to some more positive things going on here in Bell Gardens. Just want to make a couple note of some things that have gone on since the last council meeting. We're starting to do monthly events, first Friday of every month over at the skate park. So if you have people that are interested in skateboarding or people interested in hanging out, listening to a cool DJ, 6 to 8 p.m. First Friday of every month at the skate park. Last Tuesday, March 5th, was election day. We had 2 polling locations, one at Veterans Park, one at the Neighborhood Youth Center. Everything went well with those locations, and it's a good pre-warm up to the big presidential election this coming November that we will also have locations for. Also, last Thursday, we had a deadline for call for artists for proposals for some artwork at Asmus and Hannon Park. We received, I believe, nine proposals. That'll be an item that's coming to the council here in the future, so we're excited about that. And that comes along with grant monies that were used to purchase new park equipment for Asmus and Hannon Park, including new surface playground areas. So that'll be all coming online in the next approximately 60 days. Also, just always want to mention every Friday from 11 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. at Veterans Park, we have the resident art and yard sale. So if you're interested in selling something or interested in just perusing what people have to show or to sell, come by and you can contact Recreation Community Services if you want to see about getting a spot to sell some of your own things or to display your own art. Also last Saturday, so we had our first ever spring 5K walk run. We've been doing those 5Ks in the fall. We moved it to spring for a couple of reasons, and we had a record registration of almost 600 participants. And I looked yesterday and there were over 400 people that actually completed the 5K. You can see the results there. If you participate or if you knew somebody that participated, you can look at the results there by age group. Also just want to mention some upcoming events. Every month we have a workshop for property owners regarding rent stabilization and tenant protections. That will be held Tuesday, March 19th at 4 p.m. here at City Hall. The following day, Wednesday, March 20th at 4 p.m. at City Hall, we'll have our monthly rent stabilization tenant protection workshop for tenants. So if you are a property owner, you have not attended one of these workshops, please come by as valuable information. If you are a tenant, and you are wondering or may not even be aware of some protections that you have, if you come by the workshop, you will most likely learn some things that may help you the next time your lease comes due. Also want to mention, just spring is coming. We've got our spring festival at Veterans Park coming. That's going to be on March 23rd. And on March 25th, the city will recognize Cesar Chavez Day. And as you leave today, later on tonight, there is a bust of Cesar Chavez here in the lobby. And if you know anybody that doesn't bother to file their taxes because of maybe they don't have income or they feel like their income is too low, there are some flyers there that you can pick up. They're in English and Spanish. People can get free tax prep through the County of LA and some other partners. It's a hashtag Claim Your Cash LA, and there may be some income tax credits and child credits available that people don't realize. So as you walk out, there's some flyers there at the base of that bus. And the last 2 items that I just want to mention, on the consent calendar, we have a couple really good infrastructure projects. In addition to all these discussion items that we have, we've got a $2.5 million grant that will bring recycled water from Ford Park. That's what we currently use for the irrigation at Ford Park. It's less costly, and it also preserves the drinking water that is much more costly to provide and preserves that for drinking as opposed to just being put onto the grass. We will be running that recycled water from Ford Park up to for use at Veterans Park, and then also for Suba Elementary as well. It'll be stubbed out for them as well. It's a $2.5 million grant. The last thing I will also mention is every year we do a consistent residential road street improvements. So the city spends over $1 million improving the roads based on an analysis that's done on a regular basis to see where the money is best spent. So that item's on the consent calendar as well. And that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for that, City Manager. We will now move on to consent calendar. Does any member of the council, successor agency wish to pull an item for separate discussion? Hearing none, I will now call for a motion to approve items number 1 through 8 of the consent calendar.
Motion to approve items number 1 through 8. I'll second.
You have a motion by Councilmember De Leon Sanchez and a second by Councilmember Gomez. Roll call, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Gomez,
Yes.
Councilmember Pulido,
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barcena,
Yes.
and Mayor Chavez. And
Yes.
for the record, I have Councilmember Pulido joining the meeting at 8:03. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We will now be moving on to discussion item number 9. City Manager, will you please announce discussion item number 9?
Yes, thanks again, Mayor Chavez. The next item is the local commission's appointment list, and it's staff's recommendation the city council review the appointments list and by motion remove commissioners and or make appointments to the posted vacancies. Thank you, Mayor.
Is there any member of the city council successor agency wish to make any changes on the commission appointments? I'd like to add a commissioner to one of my vacancies. I'd like to add Erika Cabrera to the Recreation, Culture, and Youth Commission.
Second that motion.
All right, we have a motion by Mayor Chavez, a second by Councilmember De Leon Sanchez. Can I have a roll call, please?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Gomez,
Yes.
Councilmember Pulido,
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barcena, and Mayor Chavez.
Yes. Thank you. Any more changes? Seeing none, we'll move on to item number 10. City Manager, please announce discussion item number 10.
Yes, thanks again, Mayor Chavez. This item is a resolution affirming support for the congressional worldwide calls for immediate ceasefire in Gaza. So it's staff's recommendation that the council adopt the attached resolution supporting this call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for that, City Manager. I'd like to open it up for discussion.
Sure, I'd like to say a few words. First off, I want to thank all the residents, all the people that were here in person and the ones that submitted their public comment online and were reasonable. I appreciate your input. Without your voice, this would not be here. I would not put something on the agenda that I felt was going to fail. I know that our communities are knowledgeable. I know that our communities are strong. I know that our communities know the truth. And I have faith, especially after what I've seen today, that we are moving in the right direction with this resolution. I want to give you a little bit of background on how this happened. And I want to thank the community organizers, especially Raida, Hamida, for being there to educate the community, to educate me. And without her, it would have been really hard to get this done. Now, I want to thank also our surrounding cities, right? We know that Cudahy got this done a while ago. We know that Montebello got this done a while ago. And I want to focus on Montebello's passing of a resolution because our resolution is very, very similar to Montebello's. And I appreciate everyone that mentioned my name, but in reality, I did not really put this resolution together. This was a product of many, many, many other efforts before me. So this resolution is from Montebello. In Montebello, we had Raida Hamida and also Jason Moss, Executive Director of the Jewish Federation. Their input was taken into consideration for the Montebello resolution. Now, when I brought this to Bell Gardens, it was extremely important for me to give that voice back to those same groups, being the Latino Muslim Unity with Raida and also the Executive Director of the Jewish Federation, Jason Moss, which they did meet and they provided their input, which is extremely important. So if you want to think about this resolution, you can think of this resolution as a second iteration from Montebello's, but basically almost the same thing. That's really, really important because tonight I want to encourage my colleagues to approve this resolution, know that there has been a process that has been extremely detail-oriented, and that we've taken into account the perspectives of many communities, including our own community of residents. And I hope that this resolution is strong enough for you. It's clear enough, and that it stands for truth. It stands for peace. And I just want to mention a few areas that I heard repeated comments in regards to this resolution that are not accurate. For example, the second whereas of this resolution, it says, whereas the city of Bell Gardens condemns the recent rise of anti-Semitic, Islamophobic, racist, homophobic, and xenophobic attacks across the nation. This resolution specifically calls for all people, regardless of race, color, national origin, sex, and religion, that they should be able to live in dignity, freedom, and equality without fear of destruction. So this resolution, the main purpose is to stop the death, stop the destruction, and we all need to make sure that we move forward with confidence, because this is the right thing to do. And the amount of support that I saw here from real people from our community, the city of Bell Gardens, is incredible. And I want to thank you so much for that. And those are my comments. I hope we can get support for this resolution as is. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem Barcena. I do also have a statement, but I also want to open it up to the rest of my colleagues.
First of all, I want to thank everyone that is here tonight for your decorum, for your steadfastness in some of the things that we heard tonight. I think for a lot of people, you know, we know that it's out there. We know that some of those hateful sentiments are out there, but the great thing about this country, as much as we may not want to acknowledge, is that even hate speech is protected speech. Everyone has the right to speak. You may not like what they say, but that is the great thing about this country, is that everyone has the right to speak and to speak their mind. So again, thank you for your decorum. Thank you for still being here hours and hours and hours after. It seems like it's been hours and hours and hours, right? I also want to thank my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Barcena. You know, we had talks before, and I know that other cities have done this as well. And you know, a lot of times you don't know when you see problems and issues that are around the world that are so much bigger than what's going on here immediately at home. It's kind of mind-boggling to think, okay, well, what can I do? I can't stop the war today. I can't stop that genocide today. I can't stop that bomb from being dropped today. But what I can do is I can support and I can add my voice to that collective voice. And I think that if enough of us do that, if that's the only thing that we can do, then that's the thing that we should do. And so again, thank you so much for all of you who have been here. To my Muslim friends, I say, and please forgive me if I butcher this, Ramadan Mubarak. So thank you. Again, thank you for being here tonight, and thank you for your support and for your steadfastness.
Thank you for that, Council Member Gomez. Any other comments? All right, seeing none. For my statement, again, I just want to reiterate the comments of my colleagues. Really appreciate the public being here, and you know, for the last 4 hours, hearing the consistent comments that were coming in. I want to begin and say that I support peace. I believe that on October 7th, 2024, Hamas terrorist group opened an armed conflict with Israel. Since then, Israel has retaliated by killing and capturing thousands of Hamas soldiers and innocent Palestinians, including women and children. I support this resolution to end the bloodshed and bring peace to the Middle East. Therefore, I would like to make a motion to approve this resolution as is, calling and affirming support for the congressional worldwide calls for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. Can we get a roll call, please?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Gomez,
Yes.
Councilmember Pulido,
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barcelona,
Yes.
and Mayor Chavez.
Yes. We will now be moving on to discussion item number 11. City Manager, please announce the next discussion item.
Sure. Thanks again, Mayor Chavez. This next item is an update on commercial cannabis permit applications process. Back in June, the council adopted an ordinance to permit retail cannabis subject to various rules and regulations. That ordinance went into effect July of last year. And in August, we received our first retail application. Since that time, we've received an additional 6 applications. At the last council meeting, council member Gomez requested that staff provide an update to the council on the status of the application process, as well as potential discussion item regarding a potential future limitation in the number of licenses that the council would allow through the current ordinance, which would require an ordinance change if the council so desired. And so with that, we put the update item together, and I will turn it over to Deputy City Manager, Community Development Director Gus Romo for a presentation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Well, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'd like to go ahead and just start by thanking our City Attorney, Paloma McAvoy, for helping us put this together, and also our staff from our Planning Division, Stephen Jones, Mona Mosayeb, and Adrian Flores. This tonight is, as our City Manager is stating, at the request of the council to bring back this item with some options. So if you recall, back in 2023, City Council approved Ordinance 934. And that ordinance created our cannabis ordinance that we have in place today within Title IX of our municipal code, which is our zoning code. So it allows cannabis within commercial zones, certain commercial zones, subject to a conditional use permit and also a development agreement as an option. July 26th of 2023, this ordinance became effective, and the first application for cannabis was received August 8th of 2023. On February 21st of 2024, just a few weeks ago, the Planning Commission heard its first public hearing on 2 applications. The commission, after taking public testimony and deliberating, hearing a presentation from staff and also from the applicants, they decided to continue both items. So these items are going to be coming back on March 20th before the Planning Commission. Then on February 26th, of course, that's when we received the direction from the council to come back with a report that identifies some options based on the number of active applications that we currently have. So right now, there's a total of 7 applications that have been submitted to staff. And again, 2 of them were cleared for development agreement negotiations and were presented to the City Council. This map identifies the location of those applications. And as you can see by the radius, they're all meeting the 500-foot distance requirement between uses. So as I indicated, cannabis as commercial retail dispensaries are allowed in the city within these zones: the mixed use, the commercial service professional, the medium commercial, heavy commercial, the commercial manufacturing, and the M1 light industrial zones only. They have to be located at a minimum of 600 feet from sensitive uses, which are identified as schools, daycare centers, youth centers, or parks. Also must be located a minimum of 500 feet from each other, from an existing retail location. May not be located in the Civic Center Overlay District or within a portion of the city's downtown that's adjacent to the Interstate 710 freeway. There's an area that's identified within that, And this map shows that. So if you could see that portion of the downtown along the 710 freeway and Florence Avenue and Eastern, and also the city's Civic Center, which is where the city hall is located, from Florence Place all the way up to Gage Avenue. So looking overall at the options to limit cannabis, staff looked at Title IX amendments and also amendment to Title V, which is the business license section. So again, looking at the options that we're presenting, we're looking at either a receive and file and take no further action tonight, or an option of opening and closing the application period. Now, what this would do, let me go ahead and just get to that portion of the report. The open and closing application period is intended to amend Title IX, the zoning code, to provide an open and closed period. This would limit the number of applications submitted to the city. However, the opening and closing that application would not place a definite number on the number of applications. Because again, during that open and closed period, you could have an influx of several applications that could be deemed complete. So we wouldn't know until that period was opened. So again, with that, we could not necessarily limit the number of applications and ultimately would not achieve the desired goal to limit the number of cannabis retail approvals. Additionally, staff would require further direction on what criteria would trigger the opening and closing of the application process. So if you're giving us that direction, we still have to come back with some opening and closing trigger points in order to let the applicants know that, or just the public in general who would like to submit an application. Implementing this process could also present additional burdens and costs in terms of monitoring the process and advertising the availability to the public. The third option is to limit the number of conditional use permits based on population or per capita basis. This is another option that would amend Title IX. However, looking at this, the U.S. Census Bureau categorizes the city's geographic area by population and land area in square miles. There's 9 census tracts total in the city, and this could create certain thresholds that promote compatibility with commercial development. However, the credibility of data presented in the 2020 U.S. Census has largely been questioned due to challenges in collecting responses during the COVID-19 pandemic. So ultimately, this formula may work contrary to the city council's desire if the city's population continues in a downward trend, which we have seen happening due to the population drop between 2010 and now. You know, we were at 42,000, now we're at 39,000. The fourth option that we're presenting is to amend Title V, which is the business license regulations and taxes section of the municipal code. We're indicating is that market saturation and the city's ability to regulate and enforce ordinance provisions and quality control could be contained within the intent and purpose of that ordinance or Title V. Now, looking at this would be in addition to the CUP requirements. So prospective retailers would also have to obtain a business regulatory permit pursuant to Title V. And again, Title V identifies other type of uses such as billiard parlors, massage parlors, ABC licenses, et cetera. Now, limiting the number of business regulatory permits would also accomplish the same goal, ultimately limiting the number of retailers within the city limits. And I'm going to hand that over to our city attorney for any questions on that to give you a more detail and elaborate on how that could work. So in conclusion, staff recommends that the city either receive and file the report and take no further action, or select one of the other 3 options to give the city staff direction on how to go about amending the municipal code. I'll now turn it over for questions, and again, our city attorney can elaborate on those options. Thank you.
Sorry about that. It's been a long meeting. Any members of the council have any questions or comments?
So, yes, I actually do have a question. I just want to clarify with, the last option in limiting the number of permits that we would issue for the city. Does that effectively stop the application process, or does that close the application window? And also, let's say that in the event that we have a retailer, we have, all of the permits are issued, we have a retailer that for whatever reason, decides that their business isn't, flourishing and they decide to leave town, at that point, would that trigger, an application process to begin again?
Right now, there's no moratorium that we could put in place because we wouldn't be able to make the findings to be able to stop the application process.
Okay.
Since there's none in place. So the applications that are currently moving forward, the 7 could continue to move forward until, let's say, for instance, if somebody decides I'm not going to move forward and their application is deemed abandoned, then they would be off and they'd have to start all over if they wanted to restart. As the ordinance gets amended, once that ordinance becomes effective, in other words, you have to go through the process of amending with a first and second reading, et cetera. At that point, we would be able to start with anything beyond the 7. So if anyone else submits, and again, depending on the direction that you give us, if it's going to be based on amending Title IX or whether it's going to be based on amending Title V. One thing that we see with amending Title V is you wouldn't have to take these before the city's planning commission. With amending Title IX, that would have to go before the planning commission and then a recommendation to the council. But I'd like perhaps Paloma to elaborate a little bit more on that.
Happy to do so. Paloma McAvoy on behalf of City Attorney's Office. I think, Councilmember Gomez, your question is if the ordinance was to limit the number of business regulatory permits, what happens once that whatever the ceiling the council determines is appropriate happens. So if the council decided to put a hard cap on the number of business regulatory permits, it would, and all of those permits are taken out, it would have the effect of basically stopping the application process in the sense that there would be no point for an operator to pull an application, apply for a CUP and a development agreement, because the other requirement that an operator would need to comply with in order to open their doors would be to get that business regulatory permit. But if there's a hard cap, that option would no longer be there. As you've mentioned, if a operator ceases operations, their approvals are revoked or anything of that nature, same thing, you get rid of the business regulatory permit. There's suddenly there's one option available, and a prospective retailer could go through the process. And just to piggyback onto the community development director's point, as it relates to the processing, there's state law that requires the amending of Title IX, or what we'll often call the zoning code. That requires a different process. It requires the planning commission to take a look at whatever it is we're proposing, as opposed to amendments to other portions of the code which don't require review by the planning commission.
Any other members of the council have any questions, comments?
So I then would like to put forth a motion then to limit the number of permits to no more than 7. And so we can bring that back to council, I guess.
Councilmember Gomez, can you clarify, first directing your motion is to direct staff to bring back an ordinance that amends Title V
Correct.
to issue no more than 7 business regulatory permits.
Correct.
Thank you.
We have a motion on the floor.
Just to clarify, the motion is to make an amendment to BGMC Title V to not exceed 7 cannabis realtor licenses. Is that that's your motion? I second that motion.
We have a motion.
Sorry, just for clarification, it's no more than 7.
My understanding is not to exceed 7,
Okay,
correct?
no, that's correct, not to exceed 7.
We have a motion by Council Member Gomez and a second by Council Member De Leon Sanchez. Can we get a roll call, please?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Gomez,
Yes.
Councilmember Pulido,
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barcelona,
Yes.
and Mayor Chavez.
Yes.
Motion
Moving on to item number 12, City Manager.
Yes, thanks again, Mayor Chavez. This next item is an update by KDI regarding our Resilient Rio Bell Gardens Golf Course Vision Plan Final Project Update. So this is a project that's been going for approximately 3 years, with KDI taking the lead on a potential reimagining of the golf course. They'll give you a background that you've seen before, but just an updated version of it, and where they're going to go moving forward. This has been a project that's been somewhat indirectly supported by the city, directly, indirectly, and that the city hasn't had any financial cost or outlays in this project. KDI has taken that on their own. The city's provided access to residents, to events, to the golf course, and information that we've been able to provide to help with this process. And this is the next step in this process. So with that, I'll turn it over to our Recreation Community Services Director, Liz Nava, who will then also share the podium, if you will, with our representatives from KDI.
Thank you, Mr. O'Kelly. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. This is a brief presentation, as our city manager mentioned, about a final update for the vision plan that KDI put together over the course of the last couple of years. So just briefly, in August 2021, KDI received a $200,000 grant in Prop 1 funds from the RMC, and they used that money to develop a vision plan in the city of Bell Gardens for the space that's currently the Bell Gardens Golf Course. This project is called Our Resilient Rio, a vision plan for the future of the Bell Gardens Golf Course, or just the Bell Gardens Golf Course Vision Plan. KDI started with hosting community workshops, attending citywide events, and conducting a lot of surveys of the Bell Gardens residents and stakeholders to gather information and ideas about the golf course and the future of the golf course. And they were able to develop initially 3 versions of a vision plan for the future of the Bell Gardens Golf Course. And with that, at the end of that, they hosted a picnic to share the vision with the community. And then in October of last year, KDI came before council and presented those same 3 vision plans. Council provided KDI with some feedback and with their preferred vision plan, at which time they went back to take into consideration that feedback, consolidate all the information, and develop one final version of the vision plan, which KDI is going to present to you today. And so at this time, I'd like to call up Lauren and Daniel from KDI, who you met last night. And they will go through the brief you all received, or you all should have received a couple weeks ago, the vision plan. And so they'll just do a brief overview of how they got to that point.
Great, thank you, Liz. Good evening, council members, and thank you for the opportunity to present our work to you today. I know it's been a really long evening, so we'll try and keep it short and sweet. My name is Lauren Alashi, and I'm a senior design principal at KDI, or Complete Design Initiative, and together with my colleague Daniel, we will give you an update on the final vision plan that we've created alongside community members for the Bell Gardens Golf Course. As Liz mentioned, we presented our initial findings to you at the end of October, and so we will now walk you through a little bit of the finalized plan. So Liz covered most of this, but as a reminder, the seed for this project was initially formed by the city of Bell Gardens in 2021, and we received Prop 1 funding from RMC to bring it forward to a concept level. So the goals for this project were first to determine whether a majority of Bell Gardens residents wanted to maintain the golf course as it currently is, or if residents would like to reimagine the space for a different use. Daniel will go into a little bit more detail on this, but because we did hear from a statistically significant percentage of residents that they would prefer the golf course to meet other needs that they identified in the community, we then moved on to creating a concept for that new space that was co-designed with community members through a series of workshops, activations, and events, which are documented in the vision plan that you received. This plan represents a very initial idea of what the future of this space could be, and if we do move forward with next steps, there would be ample time to refine these ideas. So from this, I will hand it over to Daniel to give a little bit more detail.
Hi, everybody. I kind of want to just start off by saying I've been working Bell Gardens now for roughly 2.5 years, and it's been a pleasure of mine to get to know this city and the community and work with you guys. Since last time we met, we put together this vision plan that puts together our community engagement findings. The plan contains 2 pieces, which is the community survey that we conducted and set of design workshops that we conducted as well. In addition, the report contains information about the site's potential to address social and environmental issues that affect the region. Here's some photos of us. You may have seen us in many events throughout the city, as well as we hosted a variety of design workshops, went to the golf course, and walked around the neighborhood various times. In total, we engaged the community roughly 25 times. We really honed in on a lot of the events that you guys throw, and as well as you can see in the green and the orange, a lot of the golf course events, engagements as well. And so before we could begin doing any of this work, we sort of had to ask the question of, do residents want a golf course or not? From our findings that we spoke to, the majority of people from Bell Gardens, roughly 59%, voted to change the golf course into a public park. We also asked a variety of questions about programming and as well as the most popular activities. What we found were people in Bell Gardens really prioritize festivals and events, as you guys already know, as well as the most popular recreational activity in Bell Gardens that we found was walking and running and passive activities like that. After finding out that there's a majority of people who preferred a public park, we moved on to the design workshops. The goal of the workshops was to find what the community wanted most at the golf course and to better understand the culture of Bell Gardens. The first workshop asked residents which park features they use the most and which new features they would like to see in the city. We found a huge desire for dog parks, as well as hiking trails and event spaces. From the existing park features, walking paths were the most popular that you guys have existing in Bell Gardens. At the second workshop, we asked residents about their experience living in Bell Gardens, like what their favorite memories are and what makes this place special. All of that stuff is in the vision plan, but what it sort of demonstrates is a city that values gathering with friends and family for events, as well as a strong relationship with nature. In workshop 3, we asked community members to design a park in groups. Together, they prioritize what they would like to see in the space, selecting park features and laying out paths. Given the option to leave the golf course to design a new park, the majority of groups chose a park. From workshop 3, the most desired park features that we saw were event spaces, dog parks, gardens, walking trails, environmental education, and golfing as well. It was kind of great to see people excited about the potential of having the opportunity for environmental education in the city. I think the community envisioned this space as a place for field trips and to learn about the natural environment with their loved ones. And the park vision, as you can read over there, is a culmination of all the feedback throughout the workshops. And it kind of lays out and describes the value and the character of what the space could be based off of the conversations that we had with community members. So from all that feedback that we got, we designed 3 concept plans that you guys saw the last time. Each one is based off of sort of a main desire that we saw from the community. The first one was to have a permanent event space. The second one is focused more on environmental education, and the last one's golfing. And so these parks were sort of designed to draw a lot of conversation with the community. Parque del Sol is centered around an event space and includes more sort of active recreation. Los Jardines is centered around environmental education and includes more passive recreation like walking And the golf park keeps the existing golf course and opens it to the public. And so we invited the community back one last time to sort of ask their opinions of it, get their feedback, and have a survey where they voted which one they preferred. Again, the community came back and was really excited for Parque del Sol. I think it was the event space that really kind of drew them to it. And so this is Parque del Sol, and I just want to be very clear is that this is just the concept plan. It's a starting point for the next phase of work. It's just the conversation start, and most likely won't be what the final park looks like. Instead, it demonstrates what is possible and what the community has voiced as desirable. And we will continue to modify this design as we talk to more community members and stakeholders like yourself. And to kind of give you an overview of what this park entails, a lot of community members put walking trails in their designs. And so there's a large walking trail for people to run, walk, and even bicycle towards the river. There's an amphitheater for event spaces. We kept hearing over and over again that the events that you guys throw in the summer were like the people's favorite memories, right? And so this is sort of a way to create a permanent space for people to have these memories in the city. We have a dog park as well, a large nature playground for kids, because we heard from a lot of kids that they would like more playground equipment, as well as many trees and shade for those hot summer days. And again, all of this is surrounded by native planting and gardens that, again, were also very important in the conversations we had with community members.
Thanks, Daniel. So as Daniel noted, the design you just saw is very preliminary and still a long way from being implementable. So if we were to continue pursuing work on this site, the next steps would be to secure additional funding for design and construction documents to be developed in parallel with a community engagement process to ensure the design is reflective of and meets the needs of the community members in Bell Gardens. So KDI as a nonprofit is willing to apply for grant funding on behalf of the city should we have your support to move the project forward into the next phase. What this would then give the city is a set of documents and a cost estimate that could be used for future fundraising and a public bid process. So I'll hand it back to Liz to talk a little bit more about next steps, but Daniel and I are happy to answer any questions you may have about the process.
Thank you, Lauren. Excuse me. So because KDI took this on, there, as the city manager had said, the city has not undergone any fiscal impact currently, and KDI will continue to seek funding independently for the next phase with no cost to Bell Gardens. At this time, it's staff's recommendation that the city council by motion just receive and file this report. And as Lauren said, we are here and available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you for that presentation. Council comments, questions?
So I did want to ask, because we did have some people here tonight that were, very interested in keeping the golf course. Some of the comments that were made were that none of the questions, I guess, that were asked of the public when you were doing your surveys asked them if they wanted to keep the golf course. Did you in fact ask people if they would prefer to keep the golf course as opposed to have something else there?
Asked that direct question in our survey initially, and it is correct that people who represented both the Latina Golf Association and other members of the golfing community did come to all of our workshops, which we very much appreciated. And that's actually why we kept sort of putting on the table, well, would you like to see a golf course or maybe a hybrid golf course, to options that we presented to community members, because we did want to recognize how dedicated those folks were to the space. So even with all of those opportunities, it still remained the majority of folks that we engaged with did want to see a different use for the golf space, and we did ask that direct question.
Thank you.
I have a question. So I know that in one of your slides, you mentioned a golf course component that some people said that they will be interested in. Did you check in with people in regards to whether they would be open to having like a golf course component, and what was the result from those discussions?
Yeah, that's correct. So we did explore the opportunity of what we called a hybrid golf course, which essentially means a golf course that could either be used for different things, either on the weekend or in the evenings, like a park, or a smaller golf course that could be augmented by a park. And in those two scenarios, we did find that when we talked to many of the folks in the golfing association, they said, you know, smaller than 9 holes actually doesn't really work for us. We're really kind of interested in either the golf course now or a better golf course in the future or nothing. And then we also sort of talked in coordination with Liz around what would a hybrid golf course mean in terms of maintenance, right? Because if you have a very specific maintenance regime that you need for a golf space, could you actually have that work with people recreating on top of that on the weekends or at different times? And that seemed to be problematic from a maintenance perspective as well, that would actually drive up maintenance costs for the space. And you would have to really coordinate when people were allowed to golf and when they were allowed to sort of recreate. And actually those two times are pretty similar. People really want it on the weekends or in the evenings when people are off work. So we did try and explore options. We looked at international precedents where there are places that do use parks and golf courses at the same time, but we were ultimately unable to find sort of a good compromise that worked for Bell Gardens.
So we currently have 6 other parks in our city, and you were looking at the golf course, and I have issue with words like the majority of our residents. When you're talking about 103 people that you surveyed, I don't think that's fair to say that the majority of our residents, because we have 40,000 residents here in Bell Gardens. So when you are using words like that and you're saying like, we have the statistic data to, you know, prove that that's what our residents want, can you explain to me like why you're using those type of words, you know, when
Sure.
you have such a large
Yeah, so we
population?
actually surveyed closer to 400 folks, and that is statistically significant for Bell Gardens because it is 1% of the population. So you are correct. I should have said the majority of the people that we spoke to, but it is sort of in terms of data analytics considered to be statistically significant for the population.
And why was the golf course specifically focused on when there's 6 other parks that are green space that could be improved?
Sure. So this was actually initially a project that was put forward by the city, and that space was identified by the city. However, it is a really amazing opportunity because it is such a large space, obviously, as a golf course, 12 acres. And for that, it can serve different purposes that smaller spaces cannot. Whereas you're able to support larger programs, a more diverse set of programs. It could even offer opportunity to be a regional park in that way. Smaller parks couldn't be able to do that, though they have wonderful purposes otherwise. So that was a space that was initially identified by the city to move forward with, and KDI then applied for grant funding on behalf and in partnership with the city to move that forward.
And did we consider any of our youth groups that use that current space, for example, the Bell Gardens Golf Club and also the super intermediate? And I know that Los Angeles Unified School District also sends students there to use that. Did we consider any of that at the time?
We spoke to folks at the golf course at each level, each stage of our engagement, as well as had multiple meetings with the Latina Golf Association, who I know runs some of those programs, but we didn't have specific conversations with the members of those teams. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, is there a motion on the floor? Oh, city manager, do you want to say something?
Just Mayor, just want to clarify, this item is presented as a receive and file. The reason it is presented as a receive and file is staff is presenting this as a default that KDI will continue the work that they're doing. And ultimately, if they're able to seek funding for the next steps that they talked about, ultimately what will come to the council is, do you want to put out a request for bids, and is there funding available to actually do this project? So it's written as a default that KDI will continue working on this project with the city's support. So if there were a vote from a majority of the council to make an alternative motion other than receive and file, to do something else, then obviously staff would follow that direction. But otherwise, as a receive and file, which would essentially mean KDI will continue the work that they're doing with the same level of support that's been provided by staff at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification. Is there any motions on the floor?
Yes, I'd like to move to receive and file.
We have a motion.
I'll do a second for that.
We have a second. Can we get a roll call, please?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Gomez,
Yes.
Councilmember Pulido,
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barcena,
Yes.
and Mayor Chavez.
Yes. All right, moving on to item number 13, City Manager.
Thanks again, Mayor Chavez. This next item is regarding an update for the Bell Gardens Community Stakeholder Priority Survey. Before I turn it over to the assistant to the city manager, just remind council, if we go back in time, about 3 years ago in 2021, there was discussion about doing a stakeholder priorities survey. We looked at potentially hiring somebody to put together a survey. Staff in-house believed that we could put together a survey that would get the results that everybody was looking for, using SurveyMonkey, using information that's out there from the International City Managers Association, things of that nature, in an effort to get a survey that would provide the information, but at significantly lower cost and significantly more timely than if we were to put out an RFP and hire somebody to perform that survey. So what we would like to do is, before I turn it over here, is to do an update of the previous survey to see what the new results are, and then to move forward with potential future surveys, but also use this information for upcoming budget, strategic plans, things of that nature. Before I add any more, I will go ahead and turn it over to Hyla Soto, the assistant to the city manager, to provide a presentation. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. We'll be discussing the community stakeholder priority survey, like City Manager O'Kelly mentioned, for fiscal year 2024 through 2025 budget process. Oops. All right, just going over to just some background information. As part of our commitment to transparency and public engagement, the annual budget preparation process includes multiple opportunities for the community to participate in the process. This presentation focuses on the upcoming community stakeholder priority survey, designed to gather valuable information from residents, businesses, property owners, nonprofit organizations, etc. Their priorities will be considered during the development of the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget. So just gonna go over some of the survey details. The survey will be similar to the one conducted in 2021 to allow a comparison of the priorities over time. So it's a 3-year span. When 2021, as everyone might recall, we're in the middle of the pandemic. Now that we're in the post-pandemic reopening, it might be a good comparison just to see what the priorities have shifted in the community since then, after 3 years. The survey will be available in both Spanish and English, and will include 7 core questions. There will be an optional section for the people just to add their name and address if they wish, along with a question about the type of stakeholder completing the survey. The heart of the survey will be a section asking respondents to rank city services in order of priority. The priority list will be randomized each time any person that selects it, so it's not going to be predetermined by alphabetical order. Finally, an open-ended question will allow for additional feedback, not specifically covered in the ranking section. So if someone doesn't see that there is a question that is of interest to them, then they could added on and put it in the ranking. So for the survey delivery, the survey will be conducted primarily online via the SurveyMonkey to ensure ease of access and efficient data collection. So it will just be one single link that the user will be able to toggle between the English version and the Spanish version. However, we will be providing paper copies available at all city offices for the people that prefer the paper format. Drop boxes will be conveniently located at city offices for easy return of paper surveys. And just to ensure the validity of the online results, we will also be mailing surveys directly to a random sample of stakeholders. This we did 3 years ago, and this will just allow us to compare the results of the two methods and identify any potential discrepancies. So, survey timeline. As indicated, we're looking to open the survey next Thursday, March 21st, and for it to close on Sunday, April 21st. This time frame allows ample opportunity for stakeholder participation while ensuring results are received any time for optimal inclusion in the budget process. The compiled results of the survey will be presented to the City Council at the first May meeting. And just as City Manager Kelly mentioned, I'm just going to briefly go over the results of the 2021 survey. So we did receive 180 online submittals, 36 paper submittals, and 13 direct mail submittals for a total of 216 combined responses.
And Hylas, if we can pause here for a minute. So as Hylas mentioned earlier, this was right in the thick of the pandemic. We had about 3 weeks that we were doing this survey, and so our goal would be to get a significantly greater number of responses this year. And the reason we're confident that we'll be able to do that is, number one, we've got probably double, maybe even a little bit more than double the social media presence as what we had back in 2021. Number two, the paper drop boxes at city offices, that was at a time when everything was for the most part touchless, and we had limited number of residents that were even coming into the facilities for the drop boxes. So our goal, we're looking to have it open for 4 weeks instead of 3 weeks because of our expanded presence online, because of the expanded ability for residents and other stakeholders to actually be in city facilities. We believe that the goal that we're talking was at least 500 total responses. And just looking from a survey perspective, if we want to be in a 4% margin of error with a 95% confidence rate, which is pretty good, the numbers out of about 39,000 residents mean that we would want to see about 592 responses for it to be statistically significant at those levels, which is near close to what polling statistics are. And we're confident we'll be able to do that. So it'll be approximately a doubling, closer to a tripling of the total responses that we would see as a successful response rate on this next one. So I'll let Hylas move forward with the presentation.
Yes, thank you. And just to quickly go over the top 5 priorities as indicated in the survey result. Public safety was at number 1, followed by affordable housing, city financial stability, community recreation, and community social services. And that concludes the presentation. It's staff's recommendation that the City Council by motion receive and file the report. And staff is available for questions.
And one thing too, I'd like to add that Hylas touched on slightly here. We would like to, for a couple of reasons, we would like to keep the survey the same as before. Not number one, timeliness is important. We have the survey built. It's in English, it's in Spanish. The results were somewhat intuitive last time. There weren't any major anomalies in the responses that we received. But number two, the benefit to doing the survey in the similar format that we did last time is it will give us exactly apples to apples comparability. So we'll be able to see if these priorities have shifted. Just in conversation with staff, affordable housing was kind of the second group of priorities. This was before the rent stabilization tenant protection ordinance was in place. And we believe that there's some value in seeing how these responses may change from the previous survey. The next thing, why we don't see that as a limitation, is we'll have these results of the council in May. It's already March. This is roughly 60 days from now. We'll already have the charts, the graphs, everything put together. And we can then use those results to do further surveys. If we want to refine them to some specific areas based on the results that we get, we can do that. The reason we didn't do that last time after 2021 is, again, as Hylas mentioned, we were right in the middle of COVID, and the priorities at the time were, okay, we did this survey, the results pretty much lined up with where the city spends its money. If you look at a chart of where the city spends money, for the most part, the priorities that we receive, the response we receive, happen to line up. At the time we said that, we didn't really think that was a surprise because you council members are stakeholders and residents. So it would stand to make sense and stand to reason that where you decide to deploy your resources through the budget would be similarly aligned with what your residents see as their priority. So that's the reason we're asking for the survey to stay the same, similar format in that, just with expanded outreach effort to get up to a more statistically significant sample, is for the comparability we think will be really helpful. So with that, I will stop talking. As Hylas mentioned, we're happy to answer any questions.
So a couple questions. Is the link going to be available on the website and through the app as well? And then would you guys be able to do like a QR code? So the different events that we have coming up, like the spring fest, like have a QR code where residents can just go ahead and like take it right there and then? Is that going to be possible?
Yes, so QR code, and even we'll probably activate a short URL. Like it could be, in the past we used bellgardens.org/survey. And then we'll have the QR code similar to when we did the actual city naming. So we did have those banners up at the city parks. And I think the next big event that we have coming up is the Spring Festival, which will be right. The survey should be open before the start of it. So I think as speaking with the city manager, I think we're thinking of having maybe some type of either devices or something for people to, and staff maybe, be able to hand out the surveys in paper copies, or if we have any devices to facilitate that as well. So,
and just also to clarify, council member, the goal that we're setting for ourselves, like I said, it's somewhere around a 280% increase in responses, because we just want to be able to answer that question. Was this a statistically significant survey? And like I said, with a 4% margin of error and 95% confidence, we'll be able to say that with 592 responses. So we're going to do everything we can do to get those responses. Obviously not in any inappropriate manner, but in a way that we really get the information out there. So we have some other ideas as far as potentially having some survey takers at some of the upcoming events to help drive those numbers. But we are confident, again, as we have double the presence on social media. If that alone helps and we can get double the responses just from that, that will help. And then also just by the availability of our paper surveys for people that choose to fill it out. We have more people coming through, more stakeholders coming through all of our offices, and we'll just redouble efforts on top of that.
I have a question. I'm sorry, were you gonna? No,
I was just gonna say any other comments.
Okay, thank you. So I was just wondering, and I don't remember the survey from last year, but I noticed there's a ranking system. Is there any advantage of having that ranking system where you like put things in order of preference over, for example, like rating one of those categories 1 through 10?
So one of the ways, Mayor Pro Tem, so the first thing, I think the mayor mentioned this at the last time we talked about this. Actually, that wasn't in a public setting, but he mentioned this recently about the way the survey is developed is we didn't want to have any bias by order. So where we either go alphabetical or where we try to stack and say, well, where do we hope the results are? Let's put some particular, let's put affordable housing up at the top so we can get more respondents. So we tried to do it in a way that prioritized the randomness of it so that people had to really stop and think of the list, read the list, what is my top one item? And they rank that as one, and then they go through and say two. And then if somebody else were to take that survey, they're going to see the order completely different. And so if they tried to copy their spouse or their parent or something, they wouldn't be able to do it. So this was the compromise that gets us those results in the fashion that we have it set up.
Right, but I understand the order and the randomness of it, which is a good idea. I think I support that, but I'm not sure if we're able to get the same value from the data by just ranking the whole list rather than giving each item a 1 through 10 rating. I was just wondering if you guys considered giving it a numerical value to each individual item rather than just positioning them relative to each other. Just because in this scenario, when you put something above something else, it really means exactly what you're doing, that's more important to me than the other one. However, it's really hard to have that really be a reflection of how important you think certain things are. So I was just wondering if you guys explored like the value of that data and you compared it to actually assigning a value to each one of the categories.
So we did at the time, and I think this is the difficulty with priorities because it's almost in the definition of the word is it does make it feel like if somebody says my item's number 20, it may still rank an 8 out of 10 in their life, and I'll use the golf course as an easy example. If somebody says that's 20, because they're just saying, look, I have to have public safety, I have to have affordable housing, it could appear as if the golf course doesn't mean anything to it. It might be an avid golfer that does that. So I think that was a limitation we recognized at the time. I would suggest for comparative purposes and for ease that we leave it as the same on this particular survey because it will be not possible for us to compare on an apples to apples in the way that you're describing. But then I think looking at this maybe for a follow-up survey where we've got our comparative results, whatever value we extract out of that, and then we move on. If we change it up now, we definitely would lose that. But I'm thinking it is a good point, and I'm trying to think through.
I'm not like a statistics person, but I suspect that it's a huge disadvantage. I don't want to like throw it off or suggest that we change it now, but I just wanted to point it out. If you guys encounter something that might be worth changing, it's okay with me, and I don't know if you guys want to like talk to the council about it, but I just wanted to point that out. It might be a lot inferior to just rank something rather than give it a numerical value. But
I think Mayor Pro Tem, I'm just recalling going back to 2021, and I think we thought of the possibility of this, and I think we can all believe that this would be a possibility, especially if it's a nice, kind person. They're going to rank almost everything as 7 or 8s. And then the value of it's making them make those hard priority decision for us to see that. I'm just recalling a little bit. We may have even discussed it on the dais at the time, and I think that's the way we went with what feels a little more callous and hard. But we can still look at that though to see if we're making a mistake by doing it this way. And I think it is a point well taken. And our plan, if the council, is happy with the results that we get, we can do at least an annual big survey like this, and then we can do quarterly or whatever makes sense, surveys that change it up a little bit. For instance, using some of the methods that you just described, Mayor Pro Tem. Hope that helped.
Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and comment on this in regards to I like Mayor Pro Tem Barcena's point about it's almost like ranked choice voting, essentially, right? You pick, your top favorite one, and it's a different method of collecting the data or seeing the metrics. I like that idea. I think what I envision is similar to like a drag. You drag, there's like all these slots, and then you just drag which is number one, which is number two. That's kind of what I have, instead of going in from each of them and then rating them from one through whichever number they're gonna land on. But I feel like depending, I'm a big believer in the way the method or the way it's presented that might, I don't say skew data, but I mean, there might be some outliers, right? So for example, if you have it as ranked choice, and for whatever reason, even though they're all randomized, let's just say it's an automatic random number that they're already attached. And I don't know, tree trimming like number 17. Once you click on that number 7, I mean, if you feel like, oh, well, it's already giving me 17, I kind of feel like it's already at a 17, and then you just kind of leave it as is. So in a way, just giving that in and of itself might just lead you to just say, oh yeah, well, they got it right. But again, this isn't perfect. There's many different ways of gathering data, and people tend to rank things, see it differently. So ultimately, I appreciate all the work that you and Hylas and everyone on staff has been able to do to bring this back. I'm excited to see this community stakeholder survey, and I look forward to taking the survey myself.
Very quickly, I'm sorry, I don't want to make the meeting even longer, but I do want to say there might be a solution to what the mayor mentioned. If maybe, once the items are randomly organized, if maybe the survey won't allow you to submit until you actually pulled and moved, each one of those items. Because I get what he means. If you give it randomized and allow them to move forward, it introduces a lot of bias into the data, and that will give us results that don't really reflect our, community's opinions. So just an idea. I think it might be possible to do that, but I'm not familiar with the system that you guys use.
One other thing that I would probably add to the survey is just the terms that we're going to use when we describe something, right? So for example, if it's affordable housing, making sure that the translation is understandable in Spanish, right? Because sometimes, depending, where the Spanish is coming from, they might have different ways of interpreting what affordable housing is, or, I'm just giving tree trimming as another example. So making sure that we're trying to make it as simple as possible and ensure that our community knows what they're filling out and how they're filling it out. So, yeah.
And I could definitely provide a response. So for the translation portion of it, with SurveyMonkey allows us to incorporate a text file so we dictate exactly how the language. So instead of waiting for like Google Translate to generate that change in language from English to Spanish, because it's embedded into the file, it will translate however we determined it. So and as I was preparing this, I had forgotten that was one of the items. So if you make any change to the English one, you have to re-upload a new Spanish text file, because otherwise it's gonna mess everything up. So is that you can't really change it on the fly.
Gotcha. Yep. No, I'm glad. It seems like we have control essentially of how the text is going to come out, and we're not going to rely on some AI generated translation. So I'm glad to hear. But I mean, a perfect example could be like something like rent stabilization, right? So whereas rent stabilization, I would say it's almost not a synonym to like rent control. Our community perhaps doesn't know what estabilización de la renta is, but they know what control de renta is, right? So I think that's like a perfect example of how it could be maybe misinterpreted. Other than that, there's no more questions or comments. Nope.
Well, I don't, I forgot the term that you used in regards to the dragging and moving of the categories. isn't that essentially going to yield the same data as the current ranking system? Plus, it would take away from those that want to participate on paper from participating because you can't really drag the data on a paper form. And in regards to the translation aspect, my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, we do have rent stabilization, we don't have rent control. So if you were to translate it into control de renta, then we would be misrepresenting what the city offers and possibly collecting wrong information by manipulating the verbiage.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I was just providing the different methods and, different concepts when we interpret data and how we gather that data. That was all. But thank you for that.
And Mayor, if I can just say too, and I think we said this at the last time, the point here is to provide another one of a multitude of data points for the council to make decisions as far as resource allocation and things like that. So I guess I just want to state from the staff perspective that, we don't see it as I think I see this as one of probably 15 data points that the council would use. You talk to the community, live in the community, so there are going to be things that or see or hear that may be 93% similar to what the results you see in the survey, and you're obviously able to use that judgment along with what you hear in public comment and what you hear online and things like that. So we think it's just another really valuable data point that any flaws or discrepancies in it, you kind of pinpoint where they come from. It's like you can say, oh, that's just one person. You can see. And I would just share the last time with the results we got, there were no real anomalies that were jumping out that seemed to be confusing or to indicate there was some kind of serious not even serious, even any real misunderstanding in what was being asked. And we also, as Hylas mentioned, we have blank spaces there so people can just put in their own some things that they may want to add. And we also analyzed that and provided that in the results as well too.
Thank you so much for that, City Manager. Any more questions or comments?
Just some clarification, because I think you guys already are using the dragging thing, right? Yeah, okay, I just wanted to make sure. So how do you do it on paper? Is it just a number, or like you guys allow them to put a number one through whatever?
Yes, so
Okay.
they would just be, and we'll probably, I think what I did last time, I printed out different versions
Okay.
as they randomized, so it's not a photocopy of exactly the same. So I tried to get a little sample of it. So again, just try to mix, get different results, or at least hopefully everyone reads the full survey. And I think it actually doesn't take that long. I think based on the results, the last survey took about 5 minutes to average to complete. So I think sometimes time is if the surveys drag on too long, they might not be completed or something. So that's another thing. We can make it as complex as we want, but we might start losing people from it. So it's a balancing act.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Hylas. Appreciate that. Again, thank you so much to staff for bringing this. Like the city manager, reiterated, this is just another point of data that we can look at when we're making decisions, when we're proposing different ideas up here on the dais. So, I mean, how about we all take the survey right now? It's all 5 of us, and we could all have our surveys complete. But again, I'm excited. I hope to, again, I know we brought it in 21. We're bringing it again, bringing it back here now in 24. I hope to continually build on this. My idea is to eventually, when they have like a participatory budget for the next cycle, that's something that I would look forward to. And then perhaps maybe next year, where we have workshops and, community actively just kind of design their own kind of ideas of how the distribution of funds are for the city. I know some other cities are already tackling that, but again, that'd be another data point that we could use. So, and then at that point, it'd just be limited to those who attended that specifically. Again, thank you so much. Appreciate it. If there's no more questions or comments, are there any motions on the floor?
I make a motion to receive and file.
We have a motion.
I'll second.
We have a second. Can we get a roll call, please?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Gomez,
Yes.
Councilmember Pulido,
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barcena, and Mayor Chavez.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Moving on to discussion item number 14, Mr. City Manager.
Thanks again, Mayor Chavez. This next item is the mid-year budget review. So just as a refresher, the city runs, as most cities do, on a fiscal year that is July 1 through June 30th. And so what we normally do is somewhere in the 6 and 9 month, we will bring an item back to the council just to show you what the results are looking like. Before I turn it over for the presentation, just want to remind the council, once the budget is adopted, the budget's monitored on a monthly, at minimum monthly basis at the department level. And then at the executive level, at least on a quarterly basis, there's specific revenues and expenditures that are the majority of those two things that we monitor on a very regular basis. I know every month the admin services director sends me what the revenues are from the card room, since it's a major driver there. And after that would be sales tax and property tax. Before I turn the presentation over, we're monitoring this at such a level that you should never expect for us to come to you with a mid-year budget and say, oh, there's something that we're seeing here that we didn't expect, or that's a big surprise. If that was the case, we should have already talked to you probably 60 to 90 days earlier. So that'll be the case with the update that you have there. I'll just say continued strong financial condition of the city as this fiscal year is moving on. So I'll turn it over to Manuel Carrillo, our Administrative and Financial Services Director. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Mayor and members of the council, I think it would be an understatement to say that we've experienced quite a council meeting tonight, so I'm going to be as concise and to the point as possible. So this evening, I'll be providing a brief overview of our fiscal year 23-24 mid-year general fund budget report, as well as some insight into the forecasted actual expenditures through the end of the 23-24 fiscal year. On this slide, we see the recent historical performance of the bicycle casino. As you can see, the figures for fiscal year 19-20 and 2021 are significantly lower. Of course, this is because of the impact of the COVID pandemic and the subsequent closures that occurred during that time period. Most recently, fiscal year 22-23, we have seen a historical high of 18.89 million. For the current fiscal year 23-24, revenues were adopted at 17.9 million. At June 30th, 2024, the forecasted revenue is expected to come in at 18.17 million.
And if you could just pause there for a minute. Sure. So just those last, if you look at the bars up till 22-23, a new ownership occurred, status of ownership occurred at the bicycle card room around that time. So you see they've really increased the amount of activity over there at the card room. Our actuals for 22-23 were surprising to us, almost 18.9 million. Our budget was 17.9 because we know that they're doing $40 million worth of renovations there at the card room. And you can see it if you walk through there. Council, you probably noticed maybe at the employee recognition event back during the holidays. At any given time over the last 4 months, they've had as much as 25% of their floor space being worked on and under construction. So we still expect to beat the adopted budget. But if you look at the 18.175, that's during a fiscal year where there have been at least 3 to 4 months of significantly less floor space there. So the assumption here from the card room and from our perspective is that those numbers will jump back up again once all their floor space is available.
Quick question, City Manager. Any idea how much we're, estimating once the card room is in full operation in terms of?
Well, so we saw when they did not have any construction going, they were at 18.9 million. You could assume that they instituted all these new programs there to really get the number of visitors up. It's been successful. Now their challenge is just to maintain that level of excitement and try to keep growing that increase in visitors. So if we see a projection there of 23-24 of 18.1, and I think if you average it out for the year, there must be at least 10 to 20% any given time of floor space covered up. We would expect potentially to get back up to that $19 million number once there's a full fiscal year. But they're doing $40 million of renovations over the next several years. So, I think this 18 million range, give or take, is where we would expect to be at for the next several years.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. On June 26, 2023, council adopted the fiscal year 23-24 general fund budget with projected revenues of 42.4 million, projected expenditures of 41.7 million, and an overall projected general fund surplus of 734,000. Just to provide a bit of a comparative perspective, budgeted revenues were up by 3.5 million and budget expenditures were set up by 3.07 million compared to the 22-23 adopted budget. On this slide, we have our original adopted budget with the adopted revenues of 42.4 million, adopted expenditures of 41.7 million, and the projected surplus of 734,000. In the middle section, we have the revised forecasted revenues and expenditures, as well as the subsequent forecasted fund balance at June 30th of 2024. As at June 30th, 2024, revenues are projected to increase to 44.2 million, which is a 1.8 million increase from the original adopted budget. Expenditures are also projected to increase up to 44.06 million, which is 2.3 million more than the original adopted expenditures. At June 30th, 2024, staff projects the general fund balance to increase by 187,000. This slide provides an overview of the forecasted increase to the general fund revenues. As previously mentioned, revenues are forecasted to come in at 1.8 million higher than the original adopted. We are forecasting increases to various revenue categories such as bicycle club fees, motor vehicle in lieu, building permits, and building lease revenue, amongst other categories. This slide provides an overview of the forecasted increases to the general fund expenditures. As mentioned previously, for fiscal year 23-24, expenditures were adopted at 41.7 million. Forecasted actual expenditures at June 30th, 24 are expected to come in at 44.0 million, 2.3 million million above the original adopted. The table to the right is the screen shows the following expenditure categories. It's the original adopted budget. It's the adjusted budget. This includes any additional appropriations approved from the point of adoption to the point of review when we started looking at the information for the mid-year review. The forecasted actual expenditures at 6/30/24, and any applicable increases or savings based on the calculated forecast. We are projecting actual forecasted expenditures to come in at a net savings of 21,000 below the overall adjusted expenditure budget. This slide provides a brief description of some of the expenditures within the categories from the previous slide. As you can see, we are overall projecting actual expenditure savings in all major categories with the exception of contractual services. The following three slides, and I'll just go through briefly and then go back, are additional appropriations that are non-general fund items. These are generally grants or awarded funds to cover specific projects or expenses. As you can see, some are related to public works, some recreational items, as well as PD grants and different hiring and cops hiring programs. As well as bulletproof vests and alcohol beverage control grants, as well as OTS grants as well. This slide is a listing of the existing capital improvement projects for fiscal year 23-24. These are carry forward items from the 22-23 budget. These projects typically carry over through several fiscal year periods until their completion. This slide presents the projected fund balance at June 30th, 2024. At June 30th, 23, the fund balance is calculated at 32.26 million. The forecasted fund balance increase of 187,000 would bring the projected fund balance at June 30th, 2024 to 32.45 million.
Manuel, before you
Yes.
move from this one,
Yes.
so when you're looking at the financial information for any city, you usually start with the general fund. As Manuel mentioned, we have other special revenue funds, but they're generally $1 million of grant money comes in and you spend $1 million of grant money. There's not a lot of thought there on how are we going to manage that. You got the grant money for a specific purpose, and that's what you spend it on. The general fund's different. It's bicycle revenue, bicycle card room revenues, it's sales tax revenues, property tax revenues, a multitude of revenues that you use more discretionary to spend on all the services, all the basic services that a city provides. So you want to look at your revenues, you want to look at your expenditures. If you have more revenues than expenditures, you start to build up a fund balance. You can kind of think of that as your savings account. So the money you make from your job or whatever income you have, minus what you spend, and whatever's left over is what you have in your savings account. So there's been a purposeful growth of the general fund balance over the last 5 years, predominantly with the understanding and ideas that we're building a $30 million aquatic center, and we have $16 million currently. We will need potentially another 14 million, depending on other grant sources coming through or not. And we have to have the financial ability to cover that cost. And so this is a number that I think if you looked at 5 years ago, that 32.4 million was about 18 or 19 million. It's not all spendable. Water fund receivables. The water fund owes the city several millions of dollars. You can't spend money that someone owes you, but ultimately the goal would be to collect those funds over some period of time. So Manuel's pie chart there shows that, well, it's 32 million, 27 million of it, is more spendable than the other 5.3. If you were to sell the water system, you would get that other 5.3 million. You could spend it. So when we talk about the aquatic center, we talk about the funding that we have for it. The question ultimately that we will have to answer, and the options that we will provide to the council, if let's just say we don't get any more grant revenue, will be with the remaining money. Do we want to just cut a check from the general fund and pay for it? There's no interest charges, or do we want to finance some of the rest of the cost of the aquatic center and pay for that debt with fees of renting out the aquatic center to teams and leagues and things like that. So the good news though is you have the ability to just write a check for it to cover the difference. So just with that, I wanted to pause on that to just show that this is a positive number that I don't take for granted from everywhere that I've worked before, that it looks like this.
Quick question on that. Sorry about that.
No.
I had a question about the water fund specifically. So if this is correct, I mean, so our water fund is at a deficit of 5.3 million, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, well, the most recent figures that we've looked at, it very possibly by the time we actually close out the fiscal year, it might be a little more. It just depends on kind of final calculations, but that is sort of the general figure of what it is at the current time.
Is that taking into account the potential renovations that we want to do, that we've contracted out already?
So that dollar amount is essentially what the general fund has subsidized the water fund over 30 years or so. The cumulative impact of that, it's especially pronounced because the water well, due to PFAS contaminants, has been shut down purposefully by the council, so that water that doesn't have contamination can be provided to the user of the water, but at a significantly increased cost. Ultimately, if we're able to get grant funding that we are seeking to clean up the water well, let's just say hypothetically there's no charge to the water fund for the equipment that we would get to clean the water. The water fund would still owe the city probably in not too distant future about $7 million. And the only real way to recoup that, and you would be required to recoup it, would just be over fees over some 10 or 15-year period of time. Or on the other extreme is if the water system were sold, you'd recoup that as part of the sale of the water system.
On that water fund, is it common for, and I know a whole bunch of other cities are in the same situation as we are, but in regards to that specifically, the 5.3, is it common to ask the federal government or other agencies to pay off that for us? Is it common? I mean, is it common for cities to ask to pay off the debt that's owed essentially?
I think generally no. It's generally the expectation is kind of harsh if you're not with the city of Bell Gardens, and we'll sell your system. You're not managing it financially appropriately is what they will basically say, what they do say to us. So,
Thank you.
yeah, so short answer, no, but that I think there is an opportunity for us to still explore that though.
Yeah, the idea, at least the way I envision it, is, there's a reason why we've gotten consistently into debt even more with this water fund, and it's because it's contaminated, right? And we didn't contaminate it. It's unfortunate that it's this way. So, people have to be held accountable, and those people that contaminated should be the ones that pay for this debt. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Thank you. The next two slides are tentative budget calendar dates for the preparation and presentation of the upcoming 24-25 budget. Staff will begin to work immediately with the city departments to identify operational needs for the upcoming year. Of course, as soon as we end this, we start the process for the new budget. So we are trying to target the first meeting in June to pass the adopted budget. Just because, with everything in the process, we just want to get a jump start on it and try to get it completed as soon as possible. So that I would like to, before I conclude, I just would like to thank our finance staff for their efforts in helping to put together the materials for this presentation tonight. That does conclude our report, and be more than glad to address any questions that council might have in regards to this presentation.
Any questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I just don't want to say thank you to staff for preparing this report. I feel like we're heading in the right direction. I really appreciate, the reason I had asked about the casino revenue coming in is because they've invested so much back into their building and the maintenance that they're doing. And I mean, if you go there, I mean, it is really nice. I think that they've opened, I think they have about 5 restaurants in there now, 5 or 6, and good food, and I'm just really happy to see that they're doing a lot of renovations, and essentially this is all, the people at the end of the day who benefit from it is our community. So I'm glad when they succeed, our community succeeds, and I'm glad to hear that we're heading in that direction. Any more comment? No. All right, seeing none, can I get a motion, please?
Motion to receive and file?
Correct.
There's two motions
It's
here.
prove the fault, yeah. To receive and file the fiscal year 2020, the mid-year budget report, and then approve the following additional appropriations for the fiscal year 2023, 2024, and then list a whole bunch of different, I think, grants. If I'm correct.
So the additional appropriations were shown on the slide. So these are for grants that we've received that we don't appropriate at the time we get the budget adopted until we receive the grants.
Okay. Okay, I'll go ahead and motion to receive and file. One second, sorry. Okay, to receive, discuss, and file the fiscal year 2023 to 2024 mid-year budget report, and also number 2. Do I need to say all that? I hope not, but 1 and 2.
You don't. That's enough.
I'll
Thank
go
you.
ahead and second that one. We have a motion, a second. Can we get a roll call, please?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Gomez,
Yes.
Councilmember Pulido,
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barcena,
Yes.
and Mayor Chavez.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Moving on to council comments. All right, we'll start it off with Councilmember Gomez.
It's been a long night. So thank you everyone for staying awake, for doing all the work that you do. It was a super long council meeting. And it's some days are rougher than others, right? But we made it through. So thank you so much.
Councilmember Pulido.
No comments from me.
Councilmember De Leon Sanchez.
I just want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our dedicated staff for being here, also to our community who came out, to my colleagues for their commitment and insightful contributions today during this meeting. It was definitely a consequential meeting, and your dedication obviously to our community is truly inspiring. And I just confident that us continuing to work together, we are going to make meaningful progress. And so thank you guys for all you do, especially our staff.
Mayor Pro Tem Barcena.
Yes, thank you, staff, for all your work. Thank you for being here. I see you. I know we need to go. Thank you, city manager, my colleagues. Thank you for doing the right thing, and you guys have a good night.
For my comments, I want to say thank you so much to staff again. I want to reiterate the comments of my colleagues. I really appreciate all the work that each and every one of you does. Thank you so much to our captains for being here as well. Director Nava, Hylas, Director Gus, Director Bernie, and Director Manuel. Thank you to our audience member, Eliseo, who's stuck the whole way. Appreciate that as well. City Clerk Daisy, Legal Counsel Stephanie, City Manager Mike. I just went through everybody. President of the Chamber. Today was a long meeting. This is probably my toughest meeting so far, being mayor, and I just appreciate everyone's patience. It's difficult sitting through the comments and hearing some of the hate that some people have. I just want to say that I want to thank everybody who came in person and shared their points. Also want to commend my colleagues for doing the right thing and passing this ceasefire resolution. I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Barcena as well for pushing forward the resolution. It's interesting because when we look at the folks that are currently making the decisions, right, representing us in the federal level, right, Congress, the U.S. Senate, and obviously our president, the executive branch. And I look at the voting numbers, right? Last week we had an election. It was our primary. And I think last time I checked the voting numbers, the percentage was like at 20%, right? I think this is a moment to call for an increase in voter turnout and hold people at a higher standard. Folks that represent us in Congress, folks that actually have the power to push more than just a ceasefire resolution. So I look at the numbers and I'd say, what if it wasn't 20% of the voting population that came out? And actually it was 80, 90, 100% of the voting population. How that would be different, how the outcomes would be different. So again, I appreciate everyone's work. I want to encourage people to continually being active and write to their higher elected officials as well. And at the end of the day, hold each and every one accountable. With that said, that will conclude my comments.
One more thing just before.
Yes, absolutely.
before-
Yeah,
before we're
Council.
gone. I do want to reiterate something that our city manager had previously announced. This is especially for our residents who typically don't file their taxes, who are have low income. If you typically don't file your taxes, please do so. Call Free Tax Prep LA. Go to claimyourcashla.com. If you are receiving public assistance because you have children, if you have children that are under the age of 18, you can claim the child tax credit. That's $2,000 per child. So please do not leave that money on the table. That's money for your family, money for your children. Please be sure to contact claimyourcashla.com or to call freetaxprepla.com. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Perhaps maybe at our spring festival, we could have like a little booth or something. Perfect. Yeah, just to share that. I think April 15th is the deadline, correct? April 15th for tax? Okay. Sounds good. All right. With that said, that will conclude my comments. If there's no objection by the members of the city council, I will now, or in the successor agency joint meeting, I will end the meeting at 11:48 p.m.